Carla, can you hear me?
Okay.
Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, August 26, 2025, and I call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading us today with the invocation this morning will be Pastor Craig Klatt of the Camino Church. Before I have him come up, this is going to be his last time giving the invocation. So I want to thank you for all your hard work and everything you've done for this county and especially for the church in Camino. And it's good. I've known you a long time.
Yeah.
And I appreciate all your hard work you have done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is an amazing time of year. You know, it's Apple Hill time and tens of thousands of visitors are pouring into our area to take advantage of and appreciate our gift to the world, really. And the grape harvest has begun. And so there's just an amazing feeling in the air with a softer warmth that comes with autumn as it's begun. So I just want to thank you for the privilege of coming before you this way and the fact that we still have the opportunity to fully take advantage of the presence of God in our lives to make things better than they could be otherwise. And so I want to just continue to honor you by letting you know that I will still pray for you all the time. So let's bow our heads as we begin. Lord, we are gifted with special privilege of living here in the foothills. We're blessed by the bounty of the harvest that's taking place that constantly reveals your hand of generosity toward each and every one of us. We thank you for this body, which has committed itself to the continued progress and well-being of this county. We pray for wisdom and insight and strength and energy that it takes to continue to lead out, and pray that as we work together even more closely than ever, we will continue to experience the blessing of being here and seeing the way in which you lead and guide with those who will be led to honor and glorify you. Thank you for this privilege and blessing. We pray as this meeting convenes today in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Klatt. Godspeed.
Yeah. Supervisor,
Please rise for a pledge of allegiance. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. At this time, we'll go to the adoption of the agenda. The board will make any necessary additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda.
No changes.
No changes.
No change,
No
Chair.
changes.
No changes? CIO?
No changes. Thank you.
All right.
I'll move approval.
Do I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So now it's approval of the consent calendar. This time to reserve by any comments of the consent calendar. As a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forum is a time with comment on any item that's not on the agenda today. So do you have any changes?
No, thank you.
Okay.
No changes.
No changes from District 3.
Nope. KL?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to note on item 13, attachment B will be revised to make a slight clarification to the first bullet point to make it clear that the program is available to El Dorado County residents with an ENTS rather than a residence as in a home.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, Kim, let's open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically on the consent calendar. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, use the raise hand button to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Chris, come on up.
I'm Chris Payne from Diamond Springs, and I want to direct your attention to item 11. Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Veerkamp recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a proclamation to acknowledge the retirement of Cleve Morris, city manager of the city of Placerville. Cleve Morris has been the city manager for the city of Placerville for 15 years. He has now decided to retire, and we submit this proclamation for consideration and recognition of his time within the city and to wish him the best in retirement. I've known Cleve's before Cleve, since he got there. Cleve, first of all, being a city manager of any city, no matter what its size, is a very tough job. Generally, you have to deal with the county. That's one thing. And in this case, County of El Dorado. But also, you're very close to the businesses. And that's where I really got to know Cleve, is through the Placerville Economic Advisory Committee, or what they call PEAC, P-E-A-C. And so I was on PEAC. I got appointed because my wife had a yarn shop on Main Street, 364 Main. And so she was there, a business person, so that made me eligible, even though we lived in Diamond Springs, to be on PEAC. Cleve also is he's a very knowledgeable individual, a very sociable person, someone that you could easily talk to. And I remember going up on the top floor of the city's building there, the old El Dorado Savings, and meeting Cleve multiple times in the conference room and talking to him about subjects that were important to the city, in an indirect way, important to the county. So I wanted to take this moment to acknowledge Cleve and his 15 years as the city manager of the city of Placerville. Thank you very much for this time.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. Don't see anybody. Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Laura Bretbaum.
Good morning. I'd like to recognize Cleve and thank him for his service to the city of Placerville, and everything that Chris said is true. He's been a great city manager, very approachable, very cooperative, and very transparent. So I just want to thank him for his years of service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laurel.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions at this time.
Somebody's rushing to the mic.
We might have one more.
Oh, okay. All
On
right. Come on,
consent,
Joe.
consent stuff.
Consent, Joe? Yeah.
Hi, consent, yes.
Okay.
I don't recall the item. It has to do with the subsidizing chargers, electrical car charging. So
Mhm.
AB 2766, and we're participating in it. It's a very regressive thing to do. So we're charging a single mom who has a car that's worth $2,000, the same fee every year as somebody who has a car worth $200,000. We're charging them the identical fee. And then we're taking those fees and we're subsidizing people that make pretty good money and have quite a bit of money so that they can get their electrical car charged cheaper. And these are cars that many of our residents who pay this fee will never, ever be able to buy. So I bring this up every couple of years. But this is extremely regressive. We're making low-income people, pay this fee, and they'll never benefit from it. And so I don't support our continued use of the funds as proposed. And I forget the consent calendar item. I think it might be 11. It's the one that Sue brought up.
14.
What's that?
Looks like it's 14.
Okay, it's the one that I think Sue brought up because I took a look at it when she
13.
brought it up.
13.
And it's just, we're charging poor people the identical fee to somebody who's got a $200,000 car. And then we're going to subsidize the guy who has a very expensive Lexus. We're subsidizing them so they can travel cheaper. And I don't think it's a business that the county of El Dorado should be in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. All right, so bring it back to the board.
Approval of the consent calendar with the following change. There will be a revised attachment to item number 13.
Can I get a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move approval of consent.
I'll second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we'll move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation. Item 21, DOT Southeast Connector JPA presentation.
Item 21 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on the Capital Southeast Connector Joint Powers Authority. 2, approve the continuation of perpetual agreement between El Dorado County and Capital Southeast Connector Joint Powers Authority for planning, design, and construction of the Capital Southeast Connector from Elk Grove to El Dorado Hills. 3, approve payment of $55,000 as El Dorado County's contribution to the Joint Powers operating costs for fiscal year 25-26. And 4, authorize the purchasing agent to process a change order to add funds to the agreement to process payment of the Joint Powers Authority operating costs for fiscal year 25-26.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. I have a presentation. My name is Derek Minima, and Chair Turnbull, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I am the Executive Director of the Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova, El Dorado Connector Authority. We shorten that and say the Capital Southeast Connector Joint Powers Authority, but that is our official name, and El Dorado has always been a valued partner. It's been several years since I've been here, and I was reflecting earlier that under Supervisor Heidel, we had a very steady hand, and he was a good friend. I miss him. And Supervisor Heidel was a mechanical engineer. I'm a civil engineer, and he would joke to me that civil engineers build the targets, but the mechanical engineers build the missiles. So I always appreciated his humor in that way. So I'm a civil engineer by background, and I've been working in El Dorado County for really almost 20 years. Before coming to this authority, I worked for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, and I was a project engineer for the Red Hawk Parkway interchange. And so that was a very challenging project, but one I'm very proud of. And I was joking recently with some good friends about what some of your favorite projects were. And the Red Hawk Parkway was one of mine because I got to dynamite a mountain. That's the engineer in me. But after that, I went on and became the project manager for the Silver Valley Parkway interchange, which is the eastern terminus of the Capital Southeast Connector. And that was kind of like my introduction into this project. So happy to be here. And I'm just going to give you a little brief overview today of what is the Capital Southeast Connector. It's been a few years since, and there's some new faces. So I'll give a little bit of an overview of what the project is. And then I'm going to talk a little bit more specifically about the work that we are doing in the Folsom El Dorado Hills area. Right? These are very closely linked locations, and whatever happens in Folsom definitely has an impact in El Dorado Hills. I think you all know that. And then we'll talk a little bit about the funding that we're doing. And of course, I have time for questions. So the Capital Southeast Connector, what is it? Zoom out. Frankly, it is largely a Sacramento County project. I am a Sacramento County employee. My engineer here, Matt, is in the audience. He's also a Sacramento County employee. This is a regional project, right? And it has 3 cities and 2 counties. And its history really dates back to the 1970s when Caltrans, the state's highway DOT, was looking at, how do we move this region from a mobility standpoint? And there were several highways that were planned in the region that never got built. They never came to fruition. And when the state cancels highways, it shifts the burden of mobility down to the counties and the cities, right? Because that need is still there. And so fast forward from the 1970s, the 80s into the early 2000s, and our regional MPO, SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, took up a planning study on how to increase mobility through the southeast of Sacramento County as it kind of connects up into Highway 50. And they did a planning study. That's what, SACOG produces. And ultimately, in 2004, a project was placed on the Sacramento County ballot. And that was called Measure A, and it was approved by voters by 75%. And what that measure did was Sacramento County voters voted to tax themselves to build several transportation projects, but this was the one that was specifically named in the ordinance. All right. So normally when you see like a big transportation ordinance, maybe you have a big old long list of projects, you use some vague terms like increased mobility. There was nothing vague about this, and presented to voters in those 200 words were building a new expressway in the Southeast County. So that's what really kind of kick-started this project. And so that was back in 2004, and a joint powers authority was created in 2006. Fast forward a couple of years, and we started to get our funding later in 2009. So I just took you from the 1970s to like 2009, right? Like that's a brief history on mobility in this region. But what the project does, you can see on the map, is that it connects Interstate 5 to State Route 99 to State Route 16 to US Highway 50, right? And so 4 highways being connected. Normally, that is something Caltrans does. Normally, Caltrans is doing projects like this, but not here and not now in California. I would say in general, Caltrans is relinquishing highways, not building new ones. And so maybe you've heard a little bit about that on State Route 16 as it goes from Amador County. So overall, the major benefits of the project: congestion reduction on Highway 50. This is where we see the most amount of benefits, especially that parallel corridor of White Rock Road, right? So White Rock Road parallels Highway 50 as it moves residents from Folsom, El Dorado Hills, and east into the jobs area of Rancho Cordova and further into the city. Rancho Cordova is a huge job space. I'm going to say there's like 50, 60,000 jobs. Rancho Cordova claims they have more jobs than downtown Sac. I don't know if that's true. That's what they say. So that's a little bit about the project overall. It's a major safety upgrade. I mean, these roads, White Rock Road, Grant Line Road, they've been there for 50 or 60 years. And a lot of places, they're completely dilapidated. There's no shoulders. I mean, these are old roads. And every generation of people have upgraded these roads to meet the needs of the time, and that's what we're doing. So today we have a 2-lane Grant Line Road or a 2-lane White Rock Road. We're going to improve it to 4 lanes, and we're going to add a bike facility along it, because that's part of how we plan things now. So I mentioned the 3 corridors. This is just a big zoom out area. That's how we kind of view it, as 3 major corridors, right? So down on the western end, we have Camera Road, and this is a direct connection between 5 and 99. This is an area you perhaps have heard of, the Sky River Casino and Resort, right? Or the Elk Grove Zoo is something that's been talked about. That's down in this Elk Grove area. Grant Line Road. Now, this is really the major artery. It's about 19 miles, and it's been there, like I said, 50 to 60 years. And the word grant line comes from the Spanish land grants. right? It's the boundary line between those Spanish land grants. So that's how long this road has been there. And then as we move up into El Dorado Hills in El Dorado County and Folsom, we have White Rock Road, named after the white rocks that are out there and protected to this day with a conservation easement. And you can go see them. So those are the three major corridors. It's hard to build a project like this all at once. It's 34 miles. So, you know, we don't have $1 billion sitting in a savings account. So what we do is we prioritize the segments that we get that delivered. And over the last 10 plus, 10, 15 years, we've done quite a bit of work. And so the color coding that I'm showing on the screen is first yellow or orange. Those are projects that are complete, right? So this is the work that we have done. You'll see up in El Dorado County, the Silver Valley Parkway interchange. That's up there in yellow. It's a completed project. In blue, these are the projects that are underway now, right? So we have 9 miles of engineering work that we are doing. And then we have the project in green, which is I'm calling the future project, open after 2035. Really no work is underway in this green section at this exact time, but that could always change with funding. Shown on the screen is a couple different renderings of planned projects. And the one on the top right is White Rock Road in El Dorado Hills. All right, so in that rendering, I think I've got a bigger one coming up. That's a small image, but you'll see that that is just a standard 4-lane county thoroughfare right off of your general plan. Working with Department of Transportation, you can kind of see, and I apologize it's so small, but there's a buffered bike lane in there. The larger image is a roundabout, and roundabouts have become quite popular in transportation design. They're very good for safety in high volume intersections. And where these roundabouts are being located is down in a rural community called Sheldon. And so our project has about 2.5 miles that goes through this rural community. The roundabouts were very well received there, and that's actually something that they wanted to see in that area. They have a commercial corridor, and this will improve the circulation of pedestrians and bicyclists in that area. A lot of text on the screen here, but what I'm trying to really showcase is that we've done a lot of work, and 2 highway interchanges and 11 miles of roadway have been completed. Overall, we estimate that to be around $230 million in constructed improvements. That's perhaps a year of expenditure. But you can see on the list 6, 8 projects that have been completed in approximately the last 10 years. And so funding for all of that comes from a variety of different sources. I would say over a dozen different sources of funding is what develops transportation projects nowadays. The highway interchange at 50, the Silver Valley Parkway interchange, that was mostly local funds. Right. I mean, that was a big chunk of that came from the development agreements that El Dorado County signed. There was a little chunk of what we call state and local partnership. I want to say it was only $1 million. I think for the rest of it, that was like a $55 million project. I was a project manager for that. It was funded by the development fees. So, and I think it's a great project too, by the way. I'm very proud of that one. Okay, so let's just go a little bit into the Folsom and El Dorado segments. So here I'm at the intersection of White Rock Road and East Bidwell Street, and I'm looking east towards El Dorado County. So over the last couple of years, we actually put the White Rock Road out to bid in 2020 when the world was going crazy, but we got amazing bids. We got really, really competitive construction bids during that time, and we were able to reconstruct. It's approximately 3 miles of White Rock Road. It's a 4-lane expressway. We built out those intersections, and then it tapers down back into the existing road. Personally, as an engineer, that's a little unfortunate. I had the entire project environmentally approved and permitted, but we ran out of funding, right? I mean, we have to go get these funds from the state, from the feds, and we had about $25 million. We needed 45 to get up the hill, but we're still working on it today. So overall, that's a 5.3 mile segment of the project. It is NEPA and CEQA approved. It is permitted. It's an expressway in Sacramento County, and then it transitions down to a thoroughfare in El Dorado Hills.
I want to comment right there,
Yeah.
Derek, and just let you guys know, it was Kevin Kiley that actually worked on to get the help with the $25 million to get this project started.
Absolutely. A lot of different sources of funding on this one. As I mentioned, in Sacramento County, you have sales tax measure that had some match that went along with this. We were able to get some funds from SACOG and then from the California Transportation Commission. And with federal funds, we're getting more and more of those as time comes in. So this, I believe, is also looking east. This is this is straight out of a design manual of what you don't want. So you're seeing a farm road that got paved, right? That's what that is. And so safety issues arise when the use of a facility does not align with its design. So this was a farm road that got some asphalt put on top of it. It's being used, or it was being used, as a de facto highway. We had a lot of accidents on this stretch of road. It needs to be completely reconstructed, right? Okay. And so this is essentially the same location. I'm looking the opposite direction. I'm looking west here. You can see on the right-hand side, the pads from the city of Folsom that are being developed, right? So this is, I'm going to say it's Mangini Ranch or New Home Company, right? There's a lot of residential development that's occurring out here. But what I'll point out on this, this aerial view is that on the right-hand side where the homes are, we have a Class 1 bike trail, right? And that is separated away from that high-speed facility. And it provides, just that extra layer of safety for a cyclist. And I know that this region, Folsom, El Dorado Hills, there's a big interest in cycling. And so this trail will connect to many other regional trails, and it is included in the SACOG Regional Trail Network. On the left-hand side, it's very hard to see, but there are some utility poles there. And so that is a corridor. This one is owned by the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, SMUD. And we are providing utility corridors in Sacramento County for other major infrastructure. This is being overhead power, but we also accommodate, fiber optics and things like that. It's all part of reconstructing this corridor for many different reasons, not just the transportation. Okay, so here's a little bit more of a better picture of what's planned in El Dorado Hills, right? So once we start to move up the hill and transition out of a 4-lane expressway, we move into El Dorado Hills, and you can see that this is not a 4-lane expressway. It's just a standard thoroughfare. Working with Department of Transportation, you can see that buffered bike lane that is kind of on the right-hand side, or both sides, excuse me. And so that'll give a little bit added protection for a Class 2 facility. We have a hardscape median, and I think there's always been some talk about some landscaping, but really it's about a funding question, right? I don't think that there's a landscape and lighting district in this area. And so, we're currently showing as a hardscape median. All of that could obviously change if you find the money to landscape it and finds, the way to maintain it. But this segment of our project to Latrobe Road is 100% designed. Right, so we have completed all of the engineering and environmental approvals on this segment.
Derek, I'm going to stop you here for just
Yes.
a second. One of the biggest concerns there is Four Seasons, is getting in and getting out of that area. And with this thoroughfare, would it impact those residents, or is there a design to help them?
Well, I think that what would be a benefit to them is the new traffic signals that are planned. Right, so we do have traffic signals that are planned in this area, and right now there's a lot of uncontrolled movements. So overall, by adding a buffered bike lane, we kind of bring the lanes a little bit further away from the homes, but it's the safety aspect of the new facility. It is planned to have rubberized asphalt for noise attenuation and new traffic signals.
And then also because noise is going to be a big issue, and that's was one of their biggest complaints in that particular area. So will there be any sound walls or anything that could be put in if it's possible, if this does get, get going?
So right now, our environmental document does not have a sound wall. So that is not included in the project scope. And we have had those conversations about potentially adding it, but right now it is not a planned facility that is in our scope.
Okay.
So I know that there's been a lot of concern about that, and we have worked and answered a lot of questions. We've been to presentations with, I want to call it, perhaps it's APAC, I think. Yeah. So there's been a very thorough review, and we did not breach a CEQA threshold of noise. And I know that some of the residents wanted a sound wall, but it was not triggered by the environmental analysis. Looking a little further out, what is the alignment in El Dorado? I mean, this is something that will continue up to the Silver Valley Parkway interchange. Right now, when we focus on just the segment to Latrobe, I'm talking about that simply because of the CEQA and NEPA approvals. More work is continuing past Latrobe to the Highway 50 connection. And I know that work is being initiated right now with El Dorado DOT. But in terms of what is a shovel-ready project, meaning 100% engineering design and permits, we have our right-of-way setback in this area, so no major right-of-way impacts. The physical improvements will only end at Manchester. We don't have to go all the way to Latrobe. And we have a new traffic signals that are planned. And so if I summarize some of the benefits to the county on this particular segment, you have a 4-lane facility in some places, for sure, on White Rock. And there's a gap between Folsom and Latrobe with 4 lanes, right? So this would be closing that gap and having a continuous 4-lane facility that would go along this area. We are reconstructing the hairpin curves that are just along the other side of the hill, right? So all that gets completely reconstructed and smoothed out. And then we provide a continuous, safe bike and pedestrian facility along White Rock Road. The other thing that our project does, and this is a separate project by DOT, is that there is a Latrobe connector that will serve the business park, right? And so that comes actually through the south of the county and connects into the connector at what's planned to be Empire Ranch Road. I don't have a map. I know I just described that, but visually speaking, the business park is south of White Rock, and there's going to be a new road plan that comes up and connects to the White Rock at Empire Ranch Road.
That's the road to the west.
The road to the west, the road to the west. So we accommodate that connection, and it's integrated into our design.
Derek, if I may, you mentioned the Empire Ranch interchange. Where's that at in phasing and planning and funding?
So there's 2 ways that I want to address Empire Ranch. So we have Empire Ranch at White Rock that we are doing, and that is in active engineering now.
Okay.
But then there's Empire Ranch at Highway 50.
Okay.
Right. And that is a brand new interchange that is, I hope it's jointly led by the county and city of Folsom. I know it's environmentally approved, and I don't know the status of it, but that is a planned interchange that has auxiliary lanes and ramps and all the things that would be for a major highway interchange.
I just wondered where maybe it was on Folsom's priority list, and maybe that's something we can smoke out with them, but much needed.
Yeah, I don't know the priority, but I'm pretty sure it's high up. It is something that development is contributing a lot of money to.
Okay. Where approximately does then the connector tie to that? Where that grading and stuff is going on somewhere in that area?
Right. I wish I had a photo.
Okay. Yeah,
But there is a little bit of a valley
Yeah.
in the hill there. And so Empire Ranch will connect to Highway 50 and then kind of snake its way towards White Rock as it goes through those hills. And in that little valley area, there's a little bit of a drainage and some culverts.
Right.
That's where we will have our new intersection that will connect down to the road to the west.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I wish I had an
No,
image
that's
of
right
that.
there.
So just a couple last little slides here. I wanted to show that we actually have these plans. When I say shovel ready, what I'm describing is the engineering is complete, right? We have identified the right-of-way needs. Our permitting is in a great place. This has all been funded and complete. What we're looking for is money for construction, right? And so I just wanted to point out that El Dorado County DOT is something that is involved in all of these designs, right? We have quarterly and monthly project development team meetings where we coordinate on many of these things. And what are we currently doing? Well, we are moving forward on some temporary construction easement acquisitions. So we are currently designing a bike facility along White Rock Road. It should be out to construction in 2026. The final engineering design is mostly done. And we have a few temporary construction easements that we need to acquire in this area. And so these are very small dollar amounts for a temporary impact. When I say small dollar amounts, I'm referring to like $2,500, right? These are very small dollar amounts. But what it does is it allows us to come in and start building the project in 2026.
I'm gonna stop here for a minute. This project, not only there's a lot of good benefits, but it's a safety issue too, because there's been a lot of accidents on White Rock and Grant Line over the years, and people have lost their lives. So I think this is a great project, especially how wide it is, and especially the shoulders on the road. So where there was no shoulders before at all. So anyway, this is much needed is what it is. It really is.
I appreciate that sentiment. And one of the things I shared with our board at our quarterly board meeting in August is that we just had another fatality on Grant Line Road, head-on collision. It's very unfortunate, but it is a sober reminder of how important it is to reconstruct these roads to a safe, modern design. Thank you. Want to highlight some success. Chair Turnbull mentioned Congressman Kiley earlier. We have been able to secure some federal funds for White Rock Road. In 2023, under the Appropriations Act, we secured $4 million. That's what's funding the work that I'm just describing right now. That was actually secured by Congressman Ami Bera. And district lines changed. And now we have Representative Kiley. And what's interesting is I can say, hey, well, I've got bipartisan federal support now. But I have a little asterisk on the Appropriations Act of 2026, because while it is a milestone victory to get your project in the legislation still has to be signed by the president, right? So there is a large multi-month effort where representatives solicit requests for, I'll call it earmarks, right? Congressionally directed funding. And we were fortunate to be selected by Representative Kiley. And so we are listed in the appropriations bill, and it's really just a matter of time before that works its way through Congress and signed by the president. So what would occur with that funding is that we would continue to do the improvements on White Rock. Now, $2 million doesn't get you a road widening, but it might get you some traffic signals, right? There's definitely some things we can do. So just want to point out that those are just some of the funding successes. But overall, I want to say a little bit about the challenges and the big picture funding strategy. I mentioned the history of this project in the 1970s. California has generally moved away from building new roadway capacity. That shifts the burden to the counties and the cities. And counties and cities aren't set up to build highways. I mean, that's just not how it's right. That's what a state's supposed to do. And so with that change in emphasis by the state, there are some new funding programs that are available, but they get more and more restrictive. And one of the terms you'll hear a lot about is vehicle miles traveled. This is a term in the transportation industry that talks a lot about our need to reduce vehicle miles traveled because of the greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with it. Building roadway capacity isn't like an automatic trigger for increasing vehicle miles traveled. So if you zoom out, certainly building a new expressway has its challenges to secure those funds. So there's limited funds, competition is high. We have currently a federal administration that would like to build highways, but it's contrasted with the state administration that doesn't. So we always kind of find ourselves navigating this political nuance. So with that in mind, one of the things that our board just approved last month was a contract with a firm called Drago Vantage, and it's led by a woman named Sabrina Drago. Sabrina Drago was the former executive director of Sacramento Transportation Authority, and she's going to help us develop a new plan of finance and help our board develop strategies for funding for a project like this. And of course, that includes El Dorado County and White Rock Road. So we're excited to kick that off, and El Dorado County will be a big part of that for sure. So that said, we do think that White Rock Road is prioritized for federal funding because it is NEPA approved, right? So we've already got a congressional earmark. You don't get those without having some NEPA approval. So we have CEQA and NEPA approval. We have our federal permits, right? 404 and 401. We have a congressman who is clearly through action supporting that investment. And we have a project that's shovel ready. So with those three things, we think that, there's some optimism to secure additional funding. We've secured $6 million already. We need to build on that momentum and secure some more. That concludes my presentation. Questions can always, or any information, you can visit our project website, connectorjpa.com. As I mentioned, both myself and my project manager, we're county employees. And you can reach out to us at any time. I'm really a pleasure to be here. And I know it's been some time since Supervisor Heidel passed, but he was a really good friend and mentor. He was the chair of our board for a year, and I got to know him quite well. And so it's my pleasure to be here and happy to answer any questions.
Bring back to the board. Any questions or comments this time?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think you got a lot here.
Okay.
I'm looking at faces.
All right.
Who wants to start though? Who's on the, you are a rep?
Go for it. No,
Who's the rep?
George's.
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 Yeah.
Okay. And then who's our alternate?
I am.
then?
I've got some questions and
Yeah,
a
that's
couple
what I was
comments.
thinking.
So we'll go ahead and start with Greg.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation, Derek. As you know, I'm the new guy. So I've learned a lot in the last 8 months. And the thing that's just so frustrating to me, and I don't know if you are lobbying the state on this, the fact that the state doesn't want to spend any money on additional capacity, but they want us to just build homes. And I mean, there's no consideration for one or the other. So I'm hoping you guys are lobbying the state, and hopefully you're making some headway on that. When this item came up a few months ago and I saw what we're investing in the JPA, it's up 50 grand, 55 grand a year. I asked the question, what have we gotten? Because I don't think we've gotten any asphalt laid in El Dorado County yet. And you mentioned Silver Valley. I didn't realize that was part of the project. I thought it stopped at the freeway, but you also mentioned that the county funded most of that. So again, what are we need more. And I appreciate the corridor down in Sacramento. I'm a retired CHP. I've been to plenty of head-on fatal collisions on that old road. So the modernization was certainly necessary and well worth it. But what are we getting in El Dorado County? And I appreciate your efforts up to Latrobe Road, but be quite frank with you, our issue is from Latrobe to Silver Valley. It's gridlock, and we have a project, East Ridge, that's going in, I don't know how many homes, 1,000 homes. It's going to it's just going to create more gridlock. And I know Raphael, our DOT, is working on that. So do we, and I guess I'll ask you both, you know, we're moving forward on that expansion between Latrobe and US 50. Are there plans that the JPA has completed that we can use on that? Is there any, you know, has there been any progress, or does the JPA's progress stop at Latrobe Road?
Sure. All right. So several different questions there. I'll try to unpack them.
Sorry.
What are we doing with the state? We have had success with the state of California, specifically with the California Transportation Commission, in obtaining and securing transportation funds. The work right now that we're doing on Grant Line Road was secured with a $3 million grant to the California Transportation Commission. White Rock Road that was reconstructed, that came from 20 million in state funds. All right. So there is funding there. There's a nuance to how to go get it. When Governor Brown signed Senate Bill 1, it's called the Road Repair and Accountability Act. It was then challenged by the electorate through Prop 6 and defeated. That was a signal that transportation funding is a little bit more secure because it indexes to the gas tax. That's how transportation funding is filtered through the state. And so there's a cycle of funding that we participate in with the state. And every 2 years, we're in the mix in some way, some form or fashion. So the Silver Valley Parkway interchange. So that received about $1 million in state funds. The development is what paid for most of that interchange. So I don't know where it sits in the county TIM fee program, but that was largely locally funded by the development there.
By the way, that is an excellent interchange.
Thank you. Thank you. I worked on that one for a solid 5 years.
It really is.
So your question about going east of Latrobe. So we have not performed any environmental analysis there, right? There seems to, you know, we know from El Dorado County DOT, they're picking that up, right? That there is an initiation of a CEQA document starting at Latrobe Road. I don't think there's a NEPA, but you're going forward with CEQA, right? Right. So that has just been a demarker in the line because of the way that we advanced our CEQA document and our NEPA document. And in these laws of environmental clearance, you need to have something called a logical termini. You need to have a project that has independent utility. And so I'm getting in the weeds there, but there's a reason why you stop at Latrobe, because it's a logical termini for that improvement into Folsom, right? So that's a traffic CEQA issue there. So I understand that the work is advancing and you guys are taking that one on. Overall, what we have done is we have designed the facility. We've acquired right-of-way in El Dorado County, right? So maybe you have not seen asphalt, but the JPA has acquired the real estate for those 4 lanes, and that has come out of our bucket. You mentioned
up to Latrobe.
Yes.
Okay.
Up to Latrobe. Right. So from that perspective, I mean, we are doing the work and acquiring the right of way, doing the engineering, preparing the plans and environmental clearance, right? You mentioned the $50,000, and I did see a public comment on this, and I just want to clarify that it has not always been $50,000. And I think we asked for maybe $10,000 in
Originally.
Yeah, 2009.
It's progressed.
That,
Yeah.
right. So I think it's less than $500,000 total over the span of the JPA. And so from that, we are advocating for you attaining grant funds, federal earmarks, state funds, and doing engineering design.
All right. All right. Now, thank you. And I realize it's a slow process, but whatever we could do to, I see us, we're going to we're going to complete that widening up to the freeway. And, it was originally in a JPA plan back in 2009. And remember seeing it when I was with the CHB.
It's still part of the plan.
Yeah.
It's still part of
But I think we're going to get stuck with the bill, aren't we?
Well, and good morning, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Yes, it is most definitely part of the plan. We want to confirm any right-of-way design and any construction as soon as possible so that we can adequately accommodate any of the increasing traffic that we see accumulating over the years on White Rock Road. Boy, that one's a hard one to say, especially 3 times.
I've been saying it for like 15 years.
Yeah.
Throwing widening after that.
Yeah. And so the benefit of having the JPA is the fact that we can focus on areas that we see critical to our general plan and our level of service, while at the same time, the JPA can be a partner of ours working on a separate section. And that's what Derek is and the JPA is working on. And so then it allows us for our focus to be where we see needed, and for the JPA to pursue other avenues, such as through the federal government or through the state, to make improvements on other areas of the county that then we don't have to focus on, and they can work both through the legislature and through the engineering to make sure that those improvements go through.
That's all I have. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Lori?
Okay. Thank you, Derek. And I think you mentioned you saw the public comments. And so these are the questions we've been asking all along. And in my mind, Raphael, it didn't help because I get it that we need to collaborate on the planning and the engineering so that we have one cohesive route. It totally makes sense. But are we at the point now? Because as far as I can tell, we're still working under the 2006 original agreement. Has it been amended at all? Because there was nothing attached, no amendments attached. And I went on the internet and tried my best to find amendments, couldn't find anything. So if we're still working under the 2006 and everything's planned and we're all just trying to work together to get our own financing, you work for the county, Raphael works for the county. What do we need this JPA? Why are we paying $55,000? That's what everybody's been asking. And I still don't understand where that money's going. Do we need this agreement anymore? Or can we change it up to just be some kind of an MOU that will, put our names on applications together and collaborate? That's what we're trying to understand. And there's some language in here that talks about financing plans. And do we need to update this so it's more to where we are today? Things have changed. We've made so much progress on this project. I think that's what keeps coming up from the public. And I don't disagree with their questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it has been amended, but I don't think it was a short amendment, something about bonding authority, right? Prohibiting that. I don't remember the year. So agreements can be amended. Absolutely. I would say to you that if you're looking to revisit the agreement, that is certainly something we can always circulate. I mean, like we serve at your interest, and if you want to direct some sort of revisiting of a joint powers agreement, we would submit that to all 5 agencies, right?
Right.
So, overall, I think it's a little bit more than an MOU. I think that what we're showcasing is a multi-county agency that is tied to a programmatic environmental impact report, a programmatic permit that says like this is a permit good through 2069. This is a programmatic environmental impact report that covers the entire corridor from 50 to 5, right? And this agency has a mission, which is to design, plan, and build it. We are not, I view it a lot as like a mission focus, right? I don't provide I'm not here to do the potholes, right? I'm here to do one thing, which is build this major regional project. And I think that having El Dorado County is a huge value benefit to our regional conversation of priorities. It helps us with speaking with a voice to our federal and state representatives. And ultimately, you're getting it's a small contribution to the agency's operations. We have an $8 million annual budget that is going into engineering, right-of-way, environmental mitigation. The member agencies are contributing a small subsidy to have us, pay the rent, and it offsets some of the salaries and things like that, right? But you are a small percentage of what an agency like this is doing to our overall engineering plan, but it's a very valuable contribution that helps us to operate the agency.
Okay. I'm just not sure if that's clear enough is all. And maybe the $8 million budget is what we're asking for. I don't know if that's ever been brought to the board. When we asked for this today, our ask was, what are we getting for $55,000? And I know you say it's a small amount. In El Dorado County, $55,000 is a lot of money.
Sure. I understand.
And we're all having budget crises right now. You know that. Not a county in California is going, we're good. So we're looking at every gosh darn dollar we're spending to see what we're getting out of it. Do we need to spend it to still collaborate? And there's some concerns about the way that the agreement was written up. Again, I don't have the amended one. We want to make sure that we're not on the hook ever for something that happens in other, the other counties and that kind of stuff. Let me try to address let me try it again.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, you're not on the hook for anything. And that would require your board to approve.
Okay.
Right. Like I am never allowed to obligate any member agency on any kind of financial agreement. Right. So that has been clarified in the joint powers agreement.
Yeah.
I would like to offer humbly, like, what are you getting? You're getting a team of people to deliver your project, right? And so that, we go to work every day to advance our mission.
Yeah.
And so.
But you work for Sacramento County and Raphael. And so I'm just trying to say, why are we having you have additional staff, or you have what? That's what we're trying to ask. We asked for, what are we getting for $55,000? And I guess that wasn't a clear enough question or something, because you're paid for by Sacramento County. Raphael's paid by our county.
Well, let me clarify that.
Yeah.
So no, I'm paid by the Joint Powers Authority.
Okay, but you're an
Yeah.
employee of the county.
Yeah.
And so you're.
So
okay.
everything about our agency has to be self-sufficient.
Okay.
Okay. So like everything. So I'm not offset by the county, right? They provide our employment package, which the JPA reimburses.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a very small team, and what you're getting is people working on your project, right? Whether that's a private consultant or government staff, someone is advancing that project.
Okay.
So
that helps immensely. I don't know if it's ever been explained to us that so I think that we would like to see the budget, the $8 million budget, and who we're paying for, what we're getting. And at what point, if the engineering work is done in El Dorado County, then how much longer do we need to keep paying for? When is the engineering work, the NEPA and all that stuff going to be done? And so then all we're doing is looking for dollars. And we've paid for most of our own in our county. So do you see where
I do.
The public's asking us, what are we doing? And I didn't feel like we had good answers yet. So that's why you're here.
One other thing I might want to add is Derek is correct in that the engineering that they performed in our county is several hundreds of thousands, if not sometimes millions of dollars, along with the environmental and, as you know, more importantly, the right-of-way. So all of the right-of-way that was purchased by the JPA for the roadway width that will be needed was not purchased by us, by them. So yes, there is definitely a return on investment that we are getting from the JPA. I don't know what those numbers are either,
I think
but I'm
that's what we
sure that
wanted today. That's our
but I'm sure that today was more of a general overview of what the JPA has done for us over the years and the scope of the organization. But definitely that information, I'm sure Mr. Minima can provide for us at any given time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that helps a lot. And
Yes.
maybe when we asked it, we weren't clear enough. We really wanted to know exactly what we were getting. It wasn't for an overview of the project. So apologize if that wasn't clear enough. And we really just wanted to know because we're getting asked by the public, and rightfully so. We haven't had updates here at the board level for so long. We really didn't know what we were getting. So I think the questions have been helpful and your responses have been super helpful. And maybe if you can provide some documentation afterward that we can share with the public, I think that would help a lot.
Absolutely. I gotta ask Raphael. Raphael, what's the county's obligation on this particular project? I mean, where are we at right now?
So in terms of White Rock, there are two different sections. There's the section between the county line to Latrobe, and then there's the section between Latrobe to Silva Valley. As I stated earlier, our focus, the county, El Dorado County's focus is right now is making sure that we are compliant with the general plan and that we are not crossing the threshold of level of service in the traffic impacts between Latrobe and Silva Valley. So we have decided to move that project to a very high priority. And so we are moving forward with utilizing TIF fees for that project with the design, with the assistance of the JPA, because they provided the programmatic EIR for that as well. And then fast tracking that so that we can hopefully start construction within the next 4 to 5 years on that. Now, as for the other section between the county line to Latrobe, that's what Derek just provided an overview in terms of what they are looking at in terms of the design being 100% done and moving forward to construction sometime soon, maybe within the next 2 years, 2026.
Yeah, and
So Raphael, you just mentioned, I think, something Lori's looking for, the programmatic EIR on that upper section.
Mhm.
There's obviously a benefit
Yes,
that, because you go out and do your own EIR.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's, I think that's what we're
That
looking
was what we
for
were
is-
trying to get our
Yeah, and
heads
maybe,
around.
maybe there could be some cost benefit projection or analysis done, Derek, that you could supply back to us, because that's what we're looking for. And then, secondly, you mentioned Measure A. What part of Measure A is Sac County committing to this? I don't believe there was anything that was percentage of that. And you mentioned that it was strictly written in the language, but I drive Grant Line Road a couple times a month at least, and I see a lot of development occurring in Sac County. And yet the lanes aren't progressing, I would think, with that development to a degree. I mean, you get 200 or 300 feet in the intersection, but it's the other, up by Kiefer and the landfill, and you know what I'm talking about.
yeah. Measure A so far, I think, has contributed 42 million to the Capital Southeast Connector.
Discretionary, but it's
Yeah.
discretionary on
Yes,
whatever the
there-
SAC board of supervisors.
Correct. There is no set formula.
Okay.
Right. So they adopt a capital improvement plan that is adopted by a 16-member board.
Just like we do, yeah.
All right. And so the priorities within that plan are, everyone's got their project that they want, including the state of California, which is funded through Measure A for the highway projects. So it's a half-cent sales tax in Sacramento County that goes till 2039. We anticipate we'll probably receive a total of 50 million out of that. It's in the low 40s today. So overall, a programmatic environmental impact report that took years to prepare and then was challenged, and we successfully settled that challenge. Project level CEQA and NEPA documents, engineering design, right-of-way acquisition. Those are the things that we are consistently working on and providing to El Dorado County.
And I fully understand that, I've been there, done that, and was part of the JPA representative for the county years ago.
Thank you.
I think that we're got to be more reliant on our representatives. I myself at SACOG as well, when I talk to my Sac County counterparts, Folsom's done a pretty good job with the big development section that goes through there, other than the eastern portion, which I think has some impact. But one of the other benefits that we get as well is there's a lot of heavy truck traffic that goes down there to a little place that delivers rock and asphalt to El Dorado County. So, I mean, we benefit from all that also. So the sooner, the better.
Yeah.
And it's funding. It's about funding for me. And it just really chaps my, what, that we're not getting there, because this road is very important to El Dorado County, as well as Sacramento, as well as Caltrans and the state of California. And they're not emphasizing, I know it, any roadway improvements unless it's light rail or bike and ped. So as we sit on other committees, CSAC and so forth, we have got to continue to advocate and change this, because cars aren't going away. No way, no how.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I learned a lot. I'm also relatively new. So east and west gets confusing to me. I think regional partnerships are really important, and I'm happy to see El Dorado County working closely with Sac County and the three cities. I think that that's really important. Do all the partners pay the same amount?
Yes, they do.
Has there been discussion on that, since like 95% of this is not within El Dorado County? Has there been discussion about maybe who pays what? And does it all pay for administrative costs?
So there has been some discussion on more of a weighted value, but the way the joint powers agreement is set up is one member, one vote. And so that's that equal share that is written into the agreement. What does it go towards? Is it all administration? No, right? So we have to be very careful to not spend Sacramento County tax money in El Dorado County, right? So there's a bright line through Measure A in Sac County that says only in Sac County, right? So what we do is we have, for example, we have an engineering contract underway right now with a firm called Dock and Engineering that is doing the design on White Rock Road. They actually separate out in their invoicing to us the portion of the work that is done in El Dorado County, so that we pay through that through your contributions.
Well, again, I still think it's very important, that we continue this partnership. I do think that the return has probably been much greater than the investment. I see that over the course of time since we've been in this partnership, it's somewhere around $540,000 to date. And as was pointed out by my colleagues, to El Dorado County, $55,000 is a big deal. But I do think the return on investment is there.
Is a benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
Public input.
All right.
Public.
So let's open it up to public comment. Yeah.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item number 21. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when you have 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We'll begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before you begin your comments.
Thank you, John. Come on up.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Turnbull, and to the supervisors. I'm very happy to hear some of the questions that you asked, because those are some of the questions that I've had for over 20 years. John Rassler, I'm a resident of Four Seasons, which is a 55 and over community. I'm the chairman of the Four Seasons Civic League, and the vice chairman of the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee. It's a little harder to say than White Rock. For over 20 years, we have followed this plan for this road. The people in Four Seasons are very, very concerned about how this road is going to affect their quality of life and the value of their property. Because you have to realize this road goes right past us, okay? So for 20 years, we've been following this. We were very, very active in following the plans of the JPA. For example, one of their last plans were no left-hand turns coming out of Stonebriar. People would have to now make a right-hand turn, come to our gate, and then make a turn to go towards Latrobe. We look. Right, okay, and if this road gets built by the county, they will have to pay for walls, sound walls, because any money that they get from the federal government for this road will have to be due to the standards of the federal government, okay? So when you have no sound walls, when you have poor planning about what they're going to do with this road, after 20 years, we're very, very concerned, okay? We almost see that this is a money pit that you've been putting money in for 20 years. You've gotten really nothing back for your money for 20 years. And we're talking only about that piece of road from the county line to Latrobe. Let's not get involved with from Latrobe going in towards Silver Valley. So I'm saying to the county, leave now. All right, thank you very much.
Everybody, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So from my notes, I think it goes to the detailed design and not knowing exactly what's still outstanding. So what I wrote about slide 11, and I actually drove the road again just to refresh my memory, even though I go through regularly. There are a couple other streets that was mentioned that there was going to be a traffic light at Carson Crossing. But then we have Manchester Drive and or Bailey Circle that are also coming out. So maybe it's changing since I just heard him say that it's going to be a standard thoroughfare rather than like an expressway through the rest of the area. But traffic circulation there, I would think would be a challenge. And then the other quarter mile of one lane only on the westbound direction that's just east of Manchester. Hopefully that makes sense to Raphael. So generally from the discussion, just the Sacramento County voted in 2004 for a 50-cent sales tax for 30 years. That means it's going to end in 2039. I think the JPA just mentioned our agreement ends in 2069. So we have a 30-year gap of any funding potentially from Sacramento County. Granted, they could extend it. From the Sac Transit Authority website, actually, I just looked up, they estimated from that measure, they were going to get $1 billion over 10 years. And then they potentially had matching funds, which would total an actual $3.54 billion. So that's Sacramento County funding. El Dorado County doesn't have anything like that for funding this portion of stuff. So I think that is concerned using our mitigation fees that was intended to be for roadways where developments were coming in, that we could do the roads impacted by those developments. And this is not necessarily one of those. I still don't see from the presentation what's been designed, actually. So I think a more detailed outline of actions completed And next steps would help to determine if the agreement is really benefiting us still. So thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I left county DOT employment in 2012. So therefore, obviously 6 years while I was still here, we were working on this. I was concerned at the time that we were short-sighted, that we ought to use Prairie City Road or East Bidwell Scott Road to be the primary thoroughfare from this parkway over to Highway 50. I never thought it should come into El Dorado County, and I still don't think it should. I believe the JPA's 2006 plan is now not consistent with our land use decisions that are being made. And the other part of that I'm not certain of, what's the federal functional classification for these parts of the road? For instance, is this a principal arterial or a minor arterial? Does it change from Sacramento, from Sac County when it comes across into El Dorado County? Does it change its classification? The reason is because we have a design and improvement standards manual that county does that I still have my name on after all these years. It's never been changed, so I know it quite well. My signature's on it. And what it says is that design standards have to be met for these federal classifications. So if you change then midway during time, then you've got to go back and look at those encroachments, each and every one of them, and possibly update them. With that comes cost. So I'm concerned now that we're not up to date. It was kind of like what you were talking about. Are we, your exact words or something about, I'll let you reiterate, but it was something about timing, the timing and the situation that we're currently find ourselves with this item before you. The other part of it is, what about the railroad at White Rock Road? We can't afford it. We can't afford the Empire Ranch interchange. Same reason why we can't afford the Cameron Park interchange. It's just grown so much in cost that we can no longer afford it. So why do we plan around something that we essentially can't afford? The money's not been set aside. The money's not been clearly articulated. I see everything wrong with this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody in the boardroom want to speak on this item? Come on up now. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Ken.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning, board and speakers. Thank you very much. I won't take too much time because I absolutely agree with the previous three, Chris, Linda Campbell, and the gentleman from Four Seasons. I did want to add another remembrance from our last conversation on this issue, which was by being a member of something that really at this point is not serving our best interests, but then yet we're still a member. Does that put us in any kind of legal? We had talked about what is our attachment to this agency? Will we have, all of a sudden lawsuits with us being attached where we have nothing to do with it because it's going on in Elk Grove or Sacramento or Folsom and problematic issues. So I don't know if you all addressed that together and the public wasn't made aware of how that's resolved as being a part of the JATC. That alone would, for me, be reason to pull back. And we're already managing our own project. Second solution is there is a solution. to some of these problems. It's called stop approving all of this development that doesn't meet our infrastructure needs. Start requiring developers to put in their infrastructure before their developments. Maybe reread or have a little chat session on Measure E and our general plan in terms of all of the things that we have to protect us from gridlock, but seem to be ignored. And that would really be appreciated by us citizens for sure. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
There is no additional public comment.
Derek, can you come on back up and maybe answer some of the questions that the public had issues on?
Supervisor Turnbull, Rafael Martinez, before Derek answers any of the engineering aspects of it, I do want to, I think, shed a little light on the past history of El Dorado County with the JPA. And because there was a lot of flux, a lot of potential and aspects that were being communicated through Supervisor Heidel in the past, and the perfunctory board item that had come before the board was pretty much a continuation throughout the years. What I foresee in a lot of the comments here today is that they would like more clarity, more transparency in the aspects of what are we getting for our money. And I definitely can work with Derek in future board items, as well as for this one here today, within a matter of a month or two, getting all that data. I can tell you now that with all the large projects that we have done in our county, whether it's Mount Murphy, Mosquito, Country Club, Road to the West, Diamond Springs Parkway, all of those engineering and environmental aspects is extremely costly, and that I for sure foresee the cost to benefit ratio that we are getting with the JPA to exceeding our expectations. We just haven't provided that for you. And so then I think that's what needs to be done. And I will definitely make an effort to this board that within a very short time period, get a memo to you so that you can convey, as Supervisor Parlin said earlier, convey that information to the public so that they have some understanding of actually what we're getting back for this.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up
sure.
question to Mr. Martinez? Does the JPA help El Dorado County obtain federal or state funding for projects?
We will actually, right now, with the money that you received from Kylie, correct?
Kylie.
Yes, they have.
And that was pushed by John Heidel.
Anytime you can work together with either multiple organizations or part of a JPA,
Right.
you have strength in numbers.
Right.
And so then, and you can pull resources that you might not have as a lowly little county to utilize other aspects or key stakeholders to venture in your behalf. So yes.
Thank you.
All right, Derek, you answer a few of the questions. Do you remember?
I'll try my best. I mean, I want to just right off the bat reiterate that we have a $4 million federal earmark. That's what's funding this work that I just put up on the screen, right? And so that is something we anticipate putting out to construction in 2026, right? That's what's been funding this work, and that's in El Dorado County, right? And so that's $4 million right there, the federal earmark that our team, with certainly the support of the county, but it's our team that leads that, right? We go to DC and we meet with people. We have our meetings and we prepare the applications. Like, we do all of the work to do that. The $2 million that has just recently been announced this summer, I mean, I'll just say it. I mean, that's the result of us doing it. Right. Like, we're up there and we're meeting. I've been invited to town hall events. I speak at those, and that's a relationship building with the congressman. You know, I'm consistently communicating the importance of this project to a federal representative, and it's resulted in another $2 million. So I maybe I'm not making that, maybe I should be a little bit more proud of myself here, but like we are bringing you money. There's a couple of just minor things that I wanted to clarify. We have a federal 404 permit that goes to 2069. You are not in any way obligated to us until 2069. That's not what our joint powers agreement is. That's a federal permit. That's what I was saying there. Ultimately, a joint powers agreement is an agreement amongst its agencies. And if you guys want to make changes, I can take that back to the other ones. It's been amended in the past, but overall, I think it serves the purpose of what is a very mission focused agency. We have a singular project that we are working on. And I think the joint powers agreement reflects that. The amendment that was done, amendment number 1, 2013, something like that, it prohibited any obligation of financing and bonding on a member agency without that member agency's express explicit approval. Right. So there is no way for me to go get a loan, which by the way, the agency has never gotten a loan ever. So since 2006, there's never been a bond or a debt. But if that was to magically happen, we would still have to go to all of our member agencies for approval.
Yeah. So I just want to say on that too, because it's very, very important, the relationships that we have with our congressmen. I have a great relationship with Tom McClintock, and I have a great relationship with Kevin Kiley. And that was with John, talking to John, that's what made this happen, the $25 million, to help this project. So thank you, Eric.
So I just have a quick question to the CAO. Do you think, given, we got a lot of information today that we just didn't have, and thank you so much, Derek, for bearing with us. And I know they were nitty gritty down in the weeds questions when this board just didn't have an update that detailed, I don't think ever. And so honestly, do you think that at this point with the information we got today that we would want to explore updating the agreement, or at least having staff look at the agreement to see if we want to update it, or do we think we're good for now? I just wanted to see what your thoughts were now that we have more info.
I think it'd be good to get the memo that Raphael mentioned, a little more information for your board. I just want to point out that when we're part of a JPA, it's more than just an agreement. We actually are part of a separate government body. And so I think what Derek was saying is that is the important piece here, is that makes you eligible for grants and pulling down some of that funding. If you just had an MOU saying we're going to cooperate, you wouldn't necessarily have that structure. That's important to this part. In terms of the discussion that we've had about maybe not recognizing the benefit, or some of the board members not having all the information, we have talked in the past about potentially some policies around our involvement in these joint powers authorities. So, both to maybe put some guidelines around the members that you appoint to those agencies with regard to, bringing back information before voting on budgets. Because I will note, we do, our delegate to this, or our county member of this JPA does vote on the budget annually. So if your board wants to say, hey, before you vote on budgets, if you're a member of a JPA, or if you sit on a JPA board that we're a member of, maybe we want to see that or bring back some information in some form, we can look at doing something like that.
Okay. And that might be helpful just with, I will say I was just at RCRC, and people are pointing out that we have term limits in El Dorado County, and we have more turnover on our board of supervisors than most of our neighboring counties. And so I think that's another factor with this board. We just, haven't had a detailed update in so long that that's why we had so many questions, and that could be a good thing to look into. So we'll be looking for that information that you're going to gather. And then CAO's office will consider some policies to help us navigate, because we have several JPAs in the county. So I think we have questions about all of them, to be honest. So with that, does anyone have any further questions? Because I'll go ahead and move the item for today. I think we did a good job of getting information.
I'm satisfied, so I'll second it.
Yeah. And Derek, thank you for coming up
Yeah.
here and giving us the presentation and clarifying a lot of the questions that we had. So thank you for
Very
that.
appreciated.
Yeah. All right, so we got a motion.
Second.
Second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thanks, Derek.
Thanks, Derek. 5 minutes, Mr. Chair. or-
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. Are we ready? All right. We're back for our break. So we're going to move to item 22, Ag Department Fish and Wildlife Commission presentation.
Item number 22 comes from Agriculture Department on behalf of the Fish and Wildlife Commission, recommending the board receive and file a presentation from the Fish and Wildlife Commission annual report for fiscal year 24-25.
All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board and staff. Thank you for having us today. My name is Pat Weddle. Have the honor of being the chair of the commission. I'm joined by Leona Allen, commissioner from District 5. Also, we've got our most senior commissioner here, Dennis Byrne. He's been on the commission longer than anybody else. And former Commissioner Kathy Turnstead is here. Also should recognize that we have our administrators here, Leanne, Mila, and Myrna. Well, I looked at you and I thought of something else.
Oh,
no.
Focus.
Anyway,
That happens.
we really do enjoy, as your commission, we do enjoy working with the staff and with Kaylee Runkle and Kim's offices. They've been very helpful to us, very supportive, and they've made our lives easy as volunteers. Today we'll go through a brief presentation with the usual stuff, and we'll go through that briefly. We want to emphasize a couple things. We can have a discussion about that with you. We'll try and make it fast since you're a little bit behind schedule, I know. And then when we get done, we can have some questions and answers. So starting off with the next slide. Yeah, you know what our mission is. We're here to advise you on issues relating to fish and wildlife, and also to administer the monies that we get from the state and that you provide. Those monies go to funding, co-funding, sponsoring different, mostly family outing events, family fishing events, that sort of thing. We purchase a lot of fish for the various fishing derbies that we do, which are really popular and well attended, well received by the public. Next slide, please. This is an older picture. Mike Denega, he went off the commission this year and he served for a long time. He and I came on together. We now have Heather Gardner as a at-large commissioner and a young woman who's very interested in various aspects of El Dorado County Fish and Wildlife. So Dennis Byrne, District 1, Larry Robinson, District 2, Jim Davies, District 3, myself, and Leona Allen. And one of the things that's been fun for me in the years I've been on the commission is we've just had a really collegial group of people who are dedicated to issues relating to fish and wildlife in El Dorado County. So it's been a pleasure to work with these people, and they all have varying interests, but they bring many good things to our commission meetings. And we've had a lot of interest from the community throughout El Dorado County in the kinds of work that we do on behalf of the board. Next slide.
Don't forget Heather.
Yeah. Heather's our at-large commissioner, and Steve Schwarzbach is the other at-large commissioner. And Steve's done a lot of work with the mountain lion issue, and he's been working in close cooperation with the RCD as well to develop some funding opportunities for doing some monitoring and tracking of mountain lions in El Dorado County. He's been real important in emphasizing to California Department of Fish and Wildlife that El Dorado County is a kind of an epicenter for issues relating to mountain lion human conflict. And as a result of some of his work, I think we have a pretty outstanding relationship with the department as it relates to the issues about mountain lions in this county. So as I said before, we advise you and we administer the funds for fish and wildlife. Next slide. So we actually received quite a bit of money this year. We do get money from fees and fines that are assessed against violators of Fish and Wildlife in the county. And Bob Parr and his staff of law enforcement officers at Department of Fish and Wildlife have really done a good job of pursuing violators in the county, and that's brought money back to the county. So in addition to the funds that you supply, we've had a pretty good influx of money from the courts as they've adjudicated cases against people who violate fish and game rules. Next slide. Okay.
It's me. So to summarize what we've been doing this year, we had presentations by the Sierra Wildlife Rescue and Pathways for Wildlife, which are both very important organizations that are in our county. We completed the mountain lion opinion paper for the board, and we also learned about the numerous hazardous outcomes of feeding deer and are supporting some education in backing that.
Yep. Yeah, in November, we made a presentation in the Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding mountain lion management. And I think that's where we went to their department, talked to Director Bonham directly about this. The relationship between the county and the department has really been good this past year. And then you talk about the March Tahoe Basin.
Oh, yeah. So, well, I'll talk about that later when we do.
Okay. Yeah, we want to kind of emphasize the Tahoe situation because there's been some real serious human wildlife conflicts up there that I think in the past Tahoe has not been represented well sometimes on these issues. So because we have Leona here, we wanted to talk more about that. So next slide.
Then at the end of the 24-25 fiscal year, we recognized our beloved Mike Denega for his years of service and received presentations on the Carnivore Independent Mountain Lion Project, as well as some the importance of milkweed to our monarch butterfly population.
Yeah, and I want to thank Supervisors Turnbull and Verkamp again for coming to our meeting and making a presentation on behalf of the board to Mike Denega for the outstanding work that he has done over the years, not only as a commissioner, but as a teacher and mentor of many kids in El Dorado County. You know, we've enjoyed a lot of co-sponsorship with the events that we participate in over the years. And this is just a small example of some of the people that provide various kinds of inputs into the events that we host in El Dorado County, the fishing, family fishing outings and derbies. You know, it's just amazing the amount of support we get from the community on these events.
So human bear, well, and we're going to talk about priority issues, and this is now and going forward for the commission. Human black bear conflict issues are definitely on the rise, and mostly due to the fact that people are feeding them either inadvertently or intentionally. And this is not just our visitors, this is our county residents as well. So we're working closely with Supervisor Lane and the Tahoe Interagency Bear Team, which includes California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're trying to educate regarding the need for coexistence efforts, especially with bears, but for all wildlife. And we're focusing somewhat on second homeowners and vacation rental users. We're also working to encourage the only 2 campgrounds in the Lake Tahoe Basin that do not have bear boxes for their visitors. Both of these campgrounds are in El Dorado County, and both of these campgrounds are in the middle of residential zones.
Yeah. So, you know, deer continue to be a priority issue for us because, you know, there are there's so much variation in the habitat that they're trying to survive in. Anecdotally, as well as some emerging work that's being done, suggests the migratory deer herd in the high country has been on a decline. And certainly, if you talk to homeowners in the lower foothills, there's an abundance of deer. And just the other day, I had 4 large bucks, at least as big as that one in the picture, in my backyard in Shingle Springs and one doe. Fortunately, they moved on, but you know that they're doing well at the urban suburban wildlife interface. They seem to be struggling in the high country, and just why nobody, I think, really knows. There's various theories. The changes in habitat upcountry being one of them. We know that cougars tend to follow deer populations for obvious reasons. There seems to be evidence that we have more cougar populations where there's human habitat interface. So this is something that we're trying to keep ourselves informed about and getting a lot of input from the various agencies on. The deer, as the populations congregate, there's more disease that comes in. We've got chronic wasting disease now in California. In addition to the automobile collision, we typically, I think in El Dorado County, have about 1,000 road kills of deer every year. That's an expensive proposition. So we don't have a lot of answers on what needs to be done there. One of the things that Commissioner Byrne has worked on over the years is the signage on Highway 50. I think we've got 11 signs up there. Dennis keeps working with Caltrans on trying to get some of those signs lit up at certain times of year. Whether or not that works, nobody really knows, but it can't hurt. And then the educational work that we've tried to support other organizations as they develop educational information on the impacts of the conflict, the human deer conflict, and the costs involved in both in human injury as well as deer kill from roadkill problems. So, and then of course the mountain lion issue, which you're all very, very familiar with, that continues to be one of the things of interest. Dr. Schwarzbach is working a lot on that.
And our last priority issue is invasive species, which have a negative effect on the lake and tributary quality and habitability. And they're a serious problem in El Dorado County, especially in the Lake Tahoe Basin. So the commission is monitoring the work done by all land and water agencies to deal with the issues caused. And I should note that tomorrow's Fish and Wildlife monthly meeting will be held in Lake Tahoe at a place called Taylor Creek, which is literally a prime example of human bear conflict management, as well as invasive species mitigation. So we're really looking forward to tomorrow's question and answer period and just being able to see Taylor Creek.
Yeah, that'll be good. All right. So, we kind of ran through this pretty quick. Just a few of the highlights of things we've been involved in. We have, if you follow any of our minutes, we get a lot of presentations from different people in the community about their interests in wildlife. They come to us and give presentations, which are very appreciative and keeps us as a commission well informed about the issues. I should also mention that there's a new article, a recent article in the edition of around here that former Commissioner Kathleen Jernstead wrote about the effects of lighting on wildlife. And there's various county ordinances that have to do with that, but we're learning more and more all the time about how ambient lighting can have detrimental effects on wildlife. So that's an interesting subject. So finally, just want to thank again all the people that supports our commission. I want to thank you for all your support as board, and acknowledge that Kaylee and Myrna have been very helpful in keeping us in line.
Anyway, before I turn it over to my colleagues, I got a couple of questions.
Sure.
I know we have a mountain lion issue, and I know we've been working hard, and Maria Alvarado Gill has been a champion on that. But my concerns is the wolf impact.
Yeah.
They're already in Sierra County. And so this could impact El Dorado County, especially the livestock that's being killed.
Yeah.
In that county.
Yeah.
So have you guys been monitoring any of this?
Yeah.
Too?
Yeah, we've been with the help of Shelley Blair and some of the other people at Department of Fish and Wildlife. We understand that there is that population up in Sierra County, possibly Lassen County. There's maybe 5 packs up there. And there are also a couple of packs down in east of Fresno, up in the high country up there. And genetically, they're the same gene pool. So those wolves had to go through El Dorado County. I mean, it's very unlikely that they did not go through El Dorado County to get down there. That we know of, there's no established wolf packs in El Dorado County yet. But it could happen, and that's going to throw another dimension into the dynamics of the relationship between these different predators. The bear population we know is huge. Mountain lion population, we're going to hopefully we'll get some better information on the numbers of mountain lions. Bears and mountain lions compete, and bears usually win, which increases the stress on the mountain lions to kill more prey. If wolves come into the picture, it's going to add another dimension to that, and just exactly what that is going to look like is anybody's guess at this point. But it's very possible they could establish packs here.
Yeah. Very much concerned about that. All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to colleagues for any questions.
Just really quick, thank you for being here. And I just want to give props out to Kim, though, for keeping track of our committees and commissions and having everybody come in annually. Because I just think that the relationship between our committee members is really strengthened, and we hear these regular updates that we weren't doing before. So, and it just helps us keep in touch.
Yeah.
So really appreciate you guys here.
You know, we've got such a wonderful environment for wildlife in this county.
Yeah.
And yet the conflicts are undeniable, and managing through that, of course, will be your jobs, but to the extent we can help as a commission. And sometimes you'll ask for that help, and sometimes we'll give it to you whether you like it or not. But
No, I think you already are, and we really appreciate that. You probably already know I follow a lot of wildlife, and there's other states that are doing it very well. Unfortunately, this can come down to a state level issue, especially with the wolves. I've been really engaged in following what they're doing in Sierra County right now, and they're just about at wit's end.
Yeah.
And they've employed every possible means to try to haze and do sort with that pack. So it's going to be real interesting. And then obviously the state fund for remuneration to the ranchers ran out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the one we'll watch. And
we actually lost 30% of our man hours, of our game warden man hours in El Dorado County,
Up
because
there,
they
yeah.
were sending game wardens down there to haze the wolves.
Yeah.
And they were
Exactly.
rotating those fellows through, but apparently that's over now. So we've got our manpower back, which would be great.
And I guess I should have mentioned that RCRC had recently created an ad hoc on predators, and I asked to be on it
Oh.
because we do have so many issues in the county. So we haven't had our first meeting yet, but it'll be coming soon. And I'm going to get in touch with our ag commissioner, make sure that I've got the latest on everything so that I can represent well.
Good. Well, you know where to find me.
Yes, I do.
And we hope that you are including habitat fragmentation and development as part of those conversations.
Yeah, it's a big component.
Yeah, and on that note, thank you for being here and thank you for the update. Leona, very proud of you. Thank you for representing District 5 so well.
And she does.
Yeah, she's a gold star for sure. One thing that I wanted to ask was they did ban the sale of deer food down here on the West Slope, and I'm wondering if there's been any tracking as to whether or not that has made a difference in the deer population.
Well, I wasn't aware that it was banned. In discussions with the wildlife biology people about that, they currently were selling deer chow.
Right.
there are other things that people can use besides deer chow to feed deer. And so
Sure.
if they in fact have banned products that are advertised as deer food, it doesn't mean people won't continue to go out and use other things. So that's new to me. I didn't realize there was. Did the state ban it, or was
No,
it?
we did.
county?
We did. Remember,
Mhm.
Ms.
I don't think-
Supervisor Heidel was all in it.
Yeah, I don't think there was an actual ban per se, but we said that we support,
Yeah.
not selling it.
Yeah.
Right.
And that we were, if anyone had any influence at any of our stores or anything, that to kind of,
Right.
use that influence to discourage it. But I don't think we got as far as an actual ban.
Yeah.
I know we
Um,
tell people that there's three things with respect to feeding deer. Don't do it is the first thing. The second thing is never do it. And the third thing is don't forget the first two.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are people that just, they want to do this, and unless they are reported to the game wardens by a neighbor, which neighbors don't like to do that, there's really no enforcement about the state regulations with regards to feeding wildlife. But it just doesn't. We've learned, and the science supports that feeding wildlife is not good for wildlife.
Right.
It's loving them to death.
Yeah.
And certainly with deer, that's the case. There's a lot of things that go bad when you start feeding deer.
Right.
Yeah, that definitely includes everything, like even hummingbird feeders or
Yeah.
bird feeders,
Yeah.
that not only affects the birds in a negative way, but it increases the attractants to bears.
Yeah.
So there's a whole
Yeah.
evolution of stuff that needs to happen, and hopefully enforcement will help as well.
Most of these human wildlife conflicts are human, a human problem more than the wildlife just does what they do.
Imagine that.
We have management capacity. They don't. And, so it behooves us to try and be smart about how we interact with this resource.
Well, and that takes me into the second comment that I wanted to make, and that is we're really leading a very strong campaign in the basin about coexisting with wildlife and
Yeah.
what is our responsibility to that. And you've identified some of that right out of the gate. But the city of South Lake Tahoe and myself representing the basin in El Dorado County, we have been talking about the fact that something we can do as partner agencies is help with the enforcement.
Mhm.
CDFW has clearly stated they don't have the person power to do it. And we do. But I'm really disappointed in people that, buy homes on the meadow and then complain about the coyotes. And
they're feeding them.
We had a gentleman in a campground the other day try to take a selfie with a bear who was intoxicated.
Perfect.
And, he was
Bear won.
slightly injured in that, and the bear was not dinged for the incident because that was just crazy and dumb. But I think that really until we start enforcing in a big way
Yeah.
and stop this, we've got tourists that go up to Eagle Falls and leave the doors of their car open and bait it with food and hide in the bushes because they want to get a picture of the bear in their car. I mean, that's the craziness that we're dealing with. And so I really think enforcement and education are two pieces that we need to really step up.
Yeah.
And
But no
I've
education.
noticed,
There is no education.
I've noticed that, the relationship that we've developed with wildlife game enforcement folks over the last 10 years has really improved in the county, but they're resource limited. And, I think there's only like 300 game wardens in the state. And something like a quarter of those people are in administration. So as far as the field staff, people who are out there doing the work, they're spread really thin.
Right.
And I mean, I've been to places in the world where they don't have any wildlife enforcement, and they don't have any wildlife. So it's critical that these people are supported, and I don't have any answers on how that's going to happen, but we sure try and encourage them to, because the people that are causing these problems, they just don't know, and they may not be educable. They're not exposed to that, and they think all this stuff is fun. until it's not.
Mhm.
And it certainly doesn't do it.
And I have to say that the education efforts in the Tahoe Basin have strengthened 100-fold in the last 2 years, just with, Supervisor Lane's efforts, but also I know all of the Tahoe Interagency Bear Team, just the fact that we have that organization. We have Bear Fest every year now. We put ourselves out there. We have interpretive rangers on all of our trails every single day. So I really think that we're trying our hardest to make it work. And thanks to the efforts of you guys, but also thanks to the efforts of especially the Tahoe Interagency Bear Team and CDFW.
And of course, there's been complaints from people who have gone up to Tahoe to recreate and been chased away because of bears, and they say they're never going to come back. Whether or not that's good, I don't know, but it can be a problem. And fortunately, there's not a lot of injuries involved when you consider the potential for human injury. Let's hope that continues to be the case.
And I think to your point, Supervisor Lane, your commission created a pamphlet about not feeding deer specifically, I thought.
Well, we supported the development of that.
Okay, and I don't know if we ever finalized that and got it out into the world. Because in my mind, our thought was that we would make it a simplified message, because I think everybody kind of knows of someone that's feeding deer in their backyard. And it's like, what are you doing? And unless you have something to show them why it's a bad idea, they just don't get it. So maybe we could follow up on what we kind of talked
It became
about
a reality.
before.
Yeah. I have confirmation from the experts here. It became a reality.
The Ag Department, with a lot of help from Helen Keith, developed that. And of course, the University of California's the cooperative extension is the educational component too, that can and should be involved in the development of these kinds of educational programs.
Then we all have newsletters. We have our, communications director and that kind of stuff to get it out to the residents. They just need to know.
Our role, we don't have an educational role, but we certainly support those kinds of things when we can.
Okay.
Greg, you
We're on
have
it.
anything to ask?
No questions. Just want to thank you for the presentation, and I think we're in good hands if all of you are as passionate as Dennis Byrne back there. I've got to know him over the last few months, and his passion and involvement with the youth, providing fishing poles
Oh my
and
gosh, it's
the fishing
amazing.
derby. And then he also had you mentioned the flashing signs on 50, a huge hand, and those are actually coming to fruition. Hopefully January, February on US 50, the flashing deer signs. And
Great. Yeah, I know.
and we don't know how effective they'll be, but if nothing else, it's going to bring awareness to motorists driving up and down that freeway. So anyways, thank you.
Dennis has been a real trooper.
Yeah.
We'll be asking for bear signs next, so just be aware that that's.
One other question I want to ask.
People signs.
Grizzly Flats, and there has been no sign of any deer, especially with the vegetation coming back now.
Mhm.
And so it's a big issue,
Mhm.
especially when it seems like they're all down this way, especially on the lower part of the West Slope. So I just hopefully that it changes.
Nature takes time.
I know it does,
As
especially after
these
that horrific fire.
as these burn scars start to heal and the new browse comes in,
Yeah.
it tends to encourage the deer populations. And the deer like the wide open space because they can see predators and things like mountain lions are ambush predators. So the deer can see them before they get ambushed when it's open. Then as the forest thickens up, it changes again. So like I said earlier, the dynamics of these environments and ecosystems are constantly changing. And unfortunately, we just don't seem to have the resources to really measure what's going on and understand it in any factual way.
Yeah.
We keep trying.
Anyway, thank you for the
Okay, well,
presentation.
thank
I
you
really
very much.
appreciate
And
it.
we appreciate all your support. And
All right.
we look forward to talking to you again in a year.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Do we get public comment?
So we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 22. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure that you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Right, come on.
Good morning. Chair Turnbull and Board. Liam Mila, your Agricultural Commissioner. I really want to let you know that they went through this really fast and really didn't highlight the amount of work they've done this year. They have been amazing to support as staff, and they're just so passionate about everything. When it came to the mountain lion problem, they wrote that white paper that they sent out for everybody. It really helped us with getting a support from Fish and Wildlife, and we're now in an amazing place with the California Fish and Wildlife Department, where they're really being responsive to us and working with us with our mountain lion problem and our other issues. They also didn't really address, they came up with the Don't Feed the Deer brochure. They worked with Sierra Wildlife Rescue, with our department, and they do have a brochure for that has some pretty graphic pictures about the consequences of feeding the deer and how bad it is for the deer. They also came up with a fence brochure that, talked about fencing and the issues that we're having with deer, getting impaled on spiked fencing and getting stuck inside fencing. But they've really just done some amazing stuff, not to mention their fishing derbies and all the work they've done in Tahoe for the bears. So I just wanted to give out a special thanks to them, because they're really an amazing group that is an advisory to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne.
Hello, my name's Kathy Germstead from Camino, and I haven't been able to wear contacts for about a week, so I kind of feel like a mole. I can't see very well. But I wanted to touch briefly on the human-wildlife conflict. And one little tidbit is that wolves actually trump mountain lions. Mountain lions are afraid of wolves, and so they might regulate the mountain lion population, but that doesn't do much for the agriculture, for livestock. But the one thing I really wanted to touch on is what Supervisor Lane was talking about. Is I'm concerned about the Marble Valley Village development and the Lime Rock Valley development south of Bass Lake Road, only because that's such pristine big area that's natural, and there's so many different animals in there. I think I read the EIR. There's, potential ringtails and badgers and all kinds of things that we normally don't see in our neighborhoods. So I'm worried about, I know there's a lot of open space in the plan, and that's great. And we coexist with these animals, but there's always going to be that conflict. People move up from the city, they love the nature, they love their animals until they start eating their cat's food on their porch, or until, it's always something. And so the problems are just going to be escalated when you start developing in areas like that, where the animals aren't going to go away. They're going to just adapt, because they do. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And also in that area, vehicle, deer and wildlife collisions will probably increase if that's not incorporated through the plan, through DOT, either larger culverts so the animals can go under roads. So those are things I'm watching with those two plans. I did do a public comment for those with my ideas. Deer Creek, deer are already using the culvert that runs under Highway 50. We have photographs of that because I've worked on the highway for several years now. So that Deer Creek corridor goes all the way down to the Consumes River. And we want to make sure we have plenty of buffer on both sides of that creek so that the animals can continue to use that as a corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants. Ken?
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Kelly N.
I wasn't planning on speaking on this issue. By wall covering. Well, here I'm in work mode. Nulla Valley wall covering. Kelly, Nulla Valley District 1. I just really appreciated the previous speaker's comments, and I just wanted to publicly thank of her being really mindful of the situation that we are coming into land of our wildlife and our ecosystems, whether it be creeks and areas where natural habitats, you know, come together, and very much equally concerned with the two projects she mentioned when we're talking about going from what maybe was more reasonable of 400 unit development of Marble Valley to now talking 4,000. The destruction that will do to the ecosystem of the area is just devastating. And so I'm glad that she brought that up in our wildlife. I certainly live in an area where we have to learn to be friendly with our deers and even occasionally coyotes and definitely raccoons. So thank you so much on this conversation.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So anyway, thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it. And thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move on to item 23, Parks and Recreation Commission presentation.
Item 23 comes from Parks, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive and file an annual report presentation from the Parks and Recreation Commission.
I'm going to start by saying I really enjoyed that last presentation. It reminded me of a young lady that moved into El Dorado Hills on some acreage and started feeding the deer and just loves having them come to her front door. And then she put in her landscape and a very large vegetable garden. I won't tell you what she does with the deer now. So I'm Wayne Lowry. I'm District 1 Commissioner, here to present our annual report. Donna is in the back with her District 4, right?
2.
Okay.
That's all right.
That's, yeah, I struggle with where some of the lines go sometimes. And of course, staff, Shannon and Zach are both here representing staff. I'm going to share that I may get offline a little bit because I'm very proud of the District 1 and the things that we've accomplished there, which includes part of District 4 and District 2. But I have to warn you that, and Mr. Veerkamp knows this, in our Rotary Club, they don't let me near a microphone if they can help it. In fact, somebody brought me a toy mic once, which doesn't make any sounds. So that when anytime I want to talk, nobody has to listen to me. So we'll take it from there. So we're up. I'm not remembering this slide. Okay, that's what, there we go. We work with members of the public for planning, acquisition, development, M&O, and county facilities. Go back a slide. I'm pretty sure that. Yeah, okay. This is where I'm supposed to start. It just looks different than the one that I was practicing on, and I did practice. We coordinate with local, state, federal recreation providers, and not on the slide, but I'd like to add that also with private agencies and nonprofits, Rubicon Trail Foundation, Jeep Jamboree, Friends of El Dorado Trails, and so forth. We also have a role to help secure funding and formulate policy recommendations to you and review relevant legislation. Now we can move. Thank you. You're familiar with members of our commission. I'll start by saying District 5, we've had a vacancy for a while, and I know you're working very hard on trying to get that filled.
It'll be on consent next week.
Yes.
So I found a good person.
Thank you. Districts 2 and 4 struggled similarly, and I'm not sure why, because this is not only an important commission, but it's one that's kind of fun. I mean, we're in the park and recreation world, and it's very enjoyable to work on the commission, especially with the people you've appointed. And by the way, the appointments that came from 2 and 4 are awesome. They really brought new perspectives and some very valuable contributions to the commission. Next slide, please. Make sure I'm in sync here. Our governing documents include the general plan, which you recently approved back in March, Parks and Trails Master Plan, River Management Plan, and you've got about a half dozen ordinances that we're responsible for. Next slide. So the districts, District 5 has one county park in Pollock Pines, but also has a city of Placerville that provides numerous park recreation services. District 4 has 3 parks, and Georgetown Divide, which hopefully will be coming on someday soon. They really need some park recreation services up there as well as other needs that they have. And Cameron Park CSD is included in that, which is why Donna is on this commission. And that's sorry. District 3 has 4 parks plus the city of Placerville, which has been around for a long time and has excellent park and recreation services. And side note, Mr. Veerkamp, if you haven't met Dennis Nishihara, the new parks director, Dennis and I have worked together in the past, and he's just an awesome guy. Yeah. So he's going to do a lot for Placerville, I think. In District 2, Pioneer Park, and of course, Grizzly Flats. And District 1, there's no county park, but there is a CSD there that provides a number of park services. And there's one park that I kind of want to point out. It's Bass Lake Regional Park, which 44 acres used to be a county park potential park site. And I probably was going to say this later in my notes, but I think there's a huge potential for a partnership between the county, the school districts, and El Dorado Hills CSD to make that a fantastic park with an outdoor education component. It's kind of a slight parkish sort of thing where a lot of educational opportunities, day camps and so forth, trails and whatnot, a real value to the West Slope. Next slide, please. So this last year, we've had a number of public meetings, which is an opportunity for the public to share concerns, interests, new ideas, and support the park system for El Dorado County. We completed the master plan project, as you know. And countywide, we represent and attended the Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor meetings down in Folsom. And we've begun session at your direction on e-bike policies. District 2, we've added a skate park in Pioneer Park. District 3, we've participated and celebrated the unveilings of events in the Old Depot Bike Park, Railroad Park, Dog Park, and the El Dorado Trail pedestrian overcrossing just recently. District 4, we've tried to stay abreast of planning efforts for Chili Bar, and we've attended the Rubicon Trail grant projects with both federal as well as Placer County park representation. Slide. Now we've slipped in a few photos of the parks around the county, district by district, and primary purpose is because we really want you to recall and remember and appreciate the fact that we've got some excellent parks out there, and we really want you to be proud of them and to remember that they're out there because you've got a lot of things on your plate. And I won't say we're low on the totem pole, but we're not a priority because you've got some very serious issues in front of you that I know you have to focus on. But we want to make sure that you realize that a good community is a better community because of a solid park system. Next slide. District 1. There are 29 public parks in District 1. And the CSD recently purchased the second half of the old golf course behind Rayleigh's off of El Dorado Hills Boulevard and Serrano Parkway. There are also a number of private parks which are behind closed gates and maintained by homeowner associations. So the park system down there is pretty solid. And I have a note here to talk about Bass Lake Park, which I managed to do ahead of time. So we'll move to District 2. Pioneer Park has a new skate park facility. The disc golf course gets good use, but we'd like to see better use of the horse arena and the sports field that's out there. And we will hopefully work that. And of course, Grizzly Flat needs a park of some type. There's also 30 acres in South El Dorado Hills, which is in District 2, that was in a settlement agreement over development in El Dorado Hills several years ago, which is a potential trailhead site because it's adjacent to the El Dorado Trail and just south of Heritage Subdivision, if you know where that's at. District 3. As you know, the railroad park enjoys a new play equipment, the dog park, Old Depot Park, and of course, the overcrossing we just mentioned. And Joe's Skate Park continues to be very popular, and I assume closely monitored by Zach since his office is like 10 feet away. Next slide. There are 3 parks in District 4. Well, District 4 also enjoys its proximity to the South Fork of the American River and, of course, the Rubicon Trail, which is not only very popular with locals, but is in some cases internationally popular. And Hensley and Lotus Park gets huge amount of use. So in our discussions frequently about what can we do to make that more effective, expand on it, and have the impact be a positive experience for people that attend. Next slide. District 5 concludes Fort Bay Park and Poly Pines, and there's some renovations going on there. And of course, Salt Lake. I knew I'd do that if I put SLT down in my notes. South Lake Tahoe is an awesome park and recreation system. I am sorry we lost our last commissioner. Faye Marie was exceptional at what she did. And I'm sure she'll go on and do great things wherever she goes. The next slide. Our challenges, probably one of the biggest one is building a volunteer base to serve the trails and the parks and help. We lost some maintenance funding, staff funding, and the volunteers are even more critical than they ever were. But when you've got a park system as big as this with regional parks and priorities that are deeper with social issues than trying to keep the parks up, the volunteers are absolutely critical. The other thing is when you use volunteers, you develop a spirit in the community about caring for the community. And it spreads. One volunteer doing good things, pretty soon you got 3 or 4 volunteers doing stuff, and you get a love for your park system and what the county has to offer that goes very deep. So getting volunteers going, and I know that's a priority with Zach, is a high priority for us. We're of course dealing with the same budget cuts that you guys are having to deal with because we're part of your budget. We've also, the cost of funding and taking care of maintenance has gone up. I won't blame it on tariffs for international tariffs or anything like that, but just the cost of things have just gotten crazy. Wages are going up, and it's just building new parks or adding new facilities and parks and so forth has just become very complicated. Next. Our goals. As much as I enjoyed looking at the photos as we're preparing for the presentation, there are some important things we need to get done. They're countywide. We need projects providing a place for residents to share concerns and new ideas. That's what our meetings are for. And review and make recommendations to replace the El Dorado County ordinance, which establishes and governs the commission, which I think you guys directed to us recently. District 2, we want to attend to the recreation needs of Grizzly Flats. We don't want to ever forget that their needs, they're kind of invisible because they're up the hill and they're hard to get to, but their needs are important and we need to keep that on the horizon. And the 30-acre park trailhead that we talked about a second ago. District 3, want to support efforts to recruit volunteers for the Old Depot Bike Park and to improve and maintain a natural trail section of the El Dorado Trail. District 4, want to update the river management plan and the streams and rivers commercial boating ordinance. We'll review and make cost recovery recommendations to the board for Hansing Lotus Park. In District 5, Four Bay Park is in the wing. We're going to be paying attention and continuing to support that. And Zach slipped in a staff recommendation to represent the Park Division through attending events, public meetings, and otherwise engage members of the public. He's basically asking us to get off our duffs and just work, not come to monthly meetings and sit there, but actually get out in the community and be visible and help sell the value of the park system that we have. And I don't know, Donna, if you have anything you'd like to add, or if there are any questions for us.
I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions?
Just a quick comment that, Zach, thank you for starting up the volunteer page. I put it out there into the universe, and I'm hoping that you get some projects on there soon so that people can start having buy-in to the parks. I think we really need to build volunteer bases in the county. Feels like people aren't volunteering the way they used to, and I really want to fix that. So, and I put my money where my mouth is. If I'm available, I'll be there too. So appreciate that. And also just for everybody's, knowledge, there is a Georgetown Divide Rec District on the Divide.
Right.
So I didn't want you to think there's nothing up there,
Yeah.
but they have their own
In my
rec
notes, I
district.
skipped it. Thank
Yeah,
you for that.
I just want everybody to know there are parks up there. It's a tiny little, woefully underfunded district, but they're doing their best and they're trying to expand out there at the Greenwood Schoolhouse, which is a absolute just charming little old schoolhouse, and they have activities
Very
there.
cool.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thanks to the commission, Wayne, all of you, really appreciate it. And there's a challenge. There's plenty of them out there, but you guys are doing well. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank the commission also, and do want to let you know that I am sending you a good person that'll help represent District 5. I just also want to acknowledge the Parks Department. I mean, you do so much with so little. I'm really hoping that within the budget, we can fund this department a little bit better in the future. But, putting together the master plan, and not having to hire a consultant to do that, it's just great work. Well, much appreciated.
Yeah, they get a lot of good support and good coordination with facilities division and DOT and so forth. This county's got a good overall team that works well under the direction of the CAO's office.
Great.
Thank you, Wayne, for the presentation. District 1, we're pretty fortunate with our robust park system and the CSD, but I also want to thank you personally, because I had to twist your arm to continue to be a commission member. And there's nobody probably in the county that has the experience that you do in park and recreation. So thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you too, Wayne, for all your hard work. And Donna, thank you for representing me, and you bring a lot of knowledge to the table. So anyway, thank you for that.
I'm very proud of CSD and what they do. So I brought their latest activity guide. I've got copies for you up here that maybe Kim could distribute later. And thank you for taking time and supporting their commission.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 23. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning, Honorable Board. Shannon Starr, Operating Engineers, Local 3. I represent 2 of the workers in the Parks and Trail section of the county. One of those, you're trying to get rid of their job. There are 2 people that go up on the Rubicon and work on the Rubicon every summer. They keep the outhouses working, functioning, cleaned, so that the thousands of people that go up and use that trail have facilities instead of trying to use the woods. These same workers maintain the trails. They clear the trails when trees fall. They maintain the parks. They're responsible for the bike park. Matter of fact, the position you're trying to get rid of maintains the bike park. And while Facilities and Grounds does some work, they don't do all the trails and all the parks. To eliminate this one position, you're going to have to pay for 2 outside contractors for 2 different portions of functions, which are going to cover almost the salary for that one person. In exchange, there's also going to be duties that are not done. They're not completed and they won't be worked on. And in our meeting with the county, your representative told me, well, we just have things that have more priorities than others. This county has amazing parks and trails, and I would hate to see a very small paying position be eliminated when that position is responsible for making these trails and parks function. Thank you.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, I'm representing Colorado Western Railway Foundation. I'm sorry that the presentation didn't include much reference to the railroad. It is the living history program of the county. I'm speaking about the railroad. And it is very important because as we've had other discussions before your board and going back in the past, there's a historical connection between the Joint Powers Authority responsibility. I'm talking about the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor, where we have the mutual and master plan of the mutual interest in the master plan of our county. Essentially the balance between rails and trails, and it continues to be seems to be somewhat overlooked. Certainly it was in this presentation. I want to reference, at least physically, the El Dorado Railroad Park. And we saw on one of the slides there was a playground that has a railroad theme that sits adjacent to the depot in El Dorado, and certainly that's a nice little facility since the El Dorado Community Park is right next door too, and so I've seen kids playing there. Also, the dog park recently done, and I've seen dogs out there running and they're having a good time. But the main part of the railroad park is by its name, the railroad. And we just started Saturday the new big train run, which is the third Thursday. And then finally, the Shingle Springs railroad block, where the Shingle Springs depot, and Supervisor Parlin and I have walked that ground. We have the historical buildings from the crew quarters that are there, needing protection. My goal has been and always been is to turn that railroad block into a park. And so that would be a great addition to the Bradford Park across the street, the Bradford Park. So anyway, a lot of things here that are potential, and I'll be working towards the accomplishment of these. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else want to speak on this item?
I just want to do a quick apology to Chris. That's my oversight, not mentioning that, because they are very much on our horizon as a group we need to work with, and their concerns working with the other trail people are legitimate and need to be worked out, hopefully soon. So Chris, you have my apology.
Thank you, Wayne. All right, so let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Great presentation. As a new grandmother, well, not really a new grandmother. I have ranging from just under 1, 3 and 6. We have a whole new appreciation for our parks, especially the 2 in El Dorado Hills that have the water pads. So I hope that we are always keeping them running, and especially since so much new development barely gives somebody a backyard. So I'm going to assume that none of those people have pools. Um, I do want to add my hope is, as Mr. Lowry emphasized, CSD did purchase the old golf course land at a very inflated price. I do hope that its end result will be parks or a family-friendly golf course and not a hotel or resort on one side with a 9-hole course. There is a beautiful escape plan of what that would look like if anybody hasn't seen it. So it worries me to put that much effort into a drawing and a plan that's a real reality that may happen in El Dorado Hills, and I certainly hope not. And it just goes to show the beauty of not just these, planned parks that have the beautiful equipment and, are very well landscaped, but I really consider our open space part of our parks. It's what makes us El Dorado County. And it just all ties together with these choices that are being made to chop at those open spaces and our potential parks. I was disappointed that we didn't get a regional park. As it was originally hinted we were going to get on Bass Lake Road. The overdevelopment CSD Park is way below the standard of what is coming on the horizon. We've heard many times the aquatics availability is non-existent almost in the summers at this point. Soccer fields are hard to get, baseball fields are hard to get, and we really did need that second larger park to accommodate all of this development. So I hope as you're looking at development that you're also realizing that we are going to need to accommodate in a larger scale, similar to what we see at Cameron Park, similar to El Dorado Hills CSD main location, and not just these little, playgrounds, which are great. We need fields, we need aquatics, we need buildings that offer the ballet and the gyms and all those great things. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. I just want to say, Wayne, thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Donna, and all you guys' hard work. So, all right. So I guess we'll go to closed session items. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 26 through 30 as specified in the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment, Kim.
We are now taking public comment specifically on closed session. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before you begin your comments.
All right, any comments? Come on up. I don't see any. Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so we'll go ahead and recess to closed session. All right, welcome back, everyone. County Council, any report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board heard item number 28, and there is no action to report out.
All right. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time for the public to comment on any item that is not on their agenda today. Kim, please open it up to open forum.
We are now taking public comment specifically on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Okay, come on up. If anybody's going to speak on open forum, could you come up and just kind of stand in line so we save a lot of time that way?
That's true. I'm Linda, District 2. And last week I kind of left early. Linda Colombo, sorry about that. We were talking about the planes that were flying over and giving reports in, and the Highway Patrol Division Chief Brent Newman overheard Eroso, the pilot's directions. "Just call it," he bellowed into the aerosol over the radio. The line fell silent. "Let the lanes go on Highway 99 and send more people down Clark and Pence." Gridlock broke and thousands of vehicles began flowing out of Paradise. "Chief Newman," Eroso said over the radio, watching the movement below the relief. "Mission complete, sir." The blaze circled the historic one-room community church and scorched the three crosses staked out front. The local subway, the Dalio Donuts, the hardware store, all leveled. The wind blew ambient heat down residential streets, drying the homes so drastically that they ignited under the assault and coughed toxic smoke. 20,000 acres across the ridge had already burned. An invisible siege of water vapor, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide dispersed in the pall. Mixing with the toxins from cleaning solutions, insulation, plywood, carpet, furniture, electronics, rubber toys. The fine particles measured less than 2.5 microns, about 1/5 the size of a particle of dust, and lodged themselves inside every living creature, causing irritation with each rasping breath. The soot rolling off the wildfire poisoned people from the inside out. Burning eyes, inflaming throats, stinging lungs. The fire was undeterred, roiling and fuming and seething. The blaze crawled north. Brake lights ahead of Kevin, the school bus driver, dimmed and the traffic moved. Inside the bus, the air was hot and ashen. Mary, the teacher, said, "The kids are starting to pass out. They can't breathe." Kevin slithered out of his polo and yanked his undershirt over his head, tossing it to Mary. "Tear it into 25 squares so we each have one." He put his foot on the brake and showed her how to rip the cotton undershirt into rags. "We'll douse it with some water and the kids can use them as masks." She dampened the masks before dispensing them to the 22 children and instructing them to hold the fabric over their mouths. "I want you guys to suck on the rag a little bit," said Mary. "It'll make your throats feel better, but I have to warn you, I don't know when the bus driver Kevin last washed his undershirt." And the students all giggled. I'll catch you next week.
Linda.
Thank you, Linda.
Caleb Armstrong, Nonprofit Construction Corporation. There's one or two things I'd like to talk about. One being the Title 25 home that roof went on today. American Eagle Roofing's out there doing that. Secondly, I've been speaking with Cal OES in a community recovery project that may be eligible for Grizzly Flats. That was not eligible prior, so the county had no knowledge of being able to work with Cal OES in this matter. Policies have changed since 2023, so now we actually have opportunity to gain technical assistance from Cal OES. We got to start it locally, so I'm gaining technical assistance to that process. Secondly, I've hired I've hired Thurman Consulting. They are an organization that's sponsoring us in our CHOTO certification as a community housing development organization. And then secondly, in our Home Key Plus funding opportunity that we would like to set up an appointment with the chief of administration with. The idea is to purchase the Pollock Pines School property and develop a service campus incorporating 25 veteran homes, 25 senior living homes, 25 single family homes, and then the navigation center possibly could be incorporated into that development. We met with HCD and there's currently $1.4 billion still available for these applications. There's priority for rural and veteran housing, which we're both incorporating, and we've already met with the VA of Northern California, and they're supportive of this project. It would give us the opportunity to relocate and elevate Upper Dining Room Hall, who may be willing to provide 3 meals a day to the community members. They'd have a new facility. They've been doing great work in this community. So other than that, it's providing a local housing resource. NPC's purpose is to repurpose the school site and a multi-phase housing service campus that directly addresses El Dorado County's housing and behavioral health needs. Serving local residents, the project will prioritize El Dorado County residents through a screening and referral policy, ensuring resources remain focused on the local community while helping non-local individuals connect back to their county homes. Removing blight on the government center. The service campus is ideally placed near the Highway 50 corridor, backs up right against the freeway. This provides less blight on our government center and provides a not so impactful development aspect into that campus area. Multiple populations will be supported. We'll work with El Dorado County Health and Human Resources on all of those delegated needs. Thurman Consulting will be running this project. I hired professionals. I'm a big believer in the Peter principle, which is not promoting myself to a level of incompetence and not falling victim to that, but augmenting my resources and building what I need to with my vision with the professionals needed in that aspect. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Caleb.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Turnbull. Great idea. Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines, District 5. What does October 14th have in common with these two people? George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. Both were killed tragically, terrible situations, and it's interesting that you have two different outcomes. We're in a time right now, I've been coming here for many years, warning people to get right with God. And yes, or I think it was Sunday when they had the event, the one thing that I heard from one individual resonated with me, and we need to repent, every one of us, including me, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The message I have this afternoon, it's a good message. Hope, light, and love, and truth. We're in a short time. Today is the Feast of Trumpets. So I bless you in the name of the Lord with a trumpet. I didn't bring it today, but I'll send it to you. I got a video of me doing that. However, if the watchman, this is in the book of, I believe Jeremiah, Ezekiel 33. As for you, son of man, I have made you a watchman for the house of Israel. When you hear a word from my mouth and give them warning from me, and I say to the wicked one, you will surely die if you do not. But if you do speak and warn him about his ways, that wicked person will die for his iniquity. But yet I will hold. Let me go back. That wicked person will die for his iniquity, yet I will hold you responsible for his blood. But if you warn a wicked person to turn from his ways, and he doesn't turn from his ways, he will die for his iniquity, but you will have saved your life. We're here as stewards, and we all have different beliefs, different truths. And I just come by the spirit of truth, the anointing of truth, which brings hope and light. It brings love and wrath. God's two persons. He does have wrath and he has love. Thy rod and thy staff shall comfort you all the days of my life, of your life. Revelation 12, this is where we're at. Don't trust anything that I say. They conquered him by the blood of the Lamb, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and by the word of their testimony, for they did not love their lives in the face of death. Therefore, rejoice, you heavens, you who dwell in them. Woe to the earth and sea, for the devil has come down to you with great fury, because he knows his time is short. So I just encourage everybody. I encourage President Trump, Governor Newsom,
this board, this county, Colorado County, to just think about if I trust in God, what does it look like? And it will bring you peace, love, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Lon. Anybody else?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
My name's Teresa, and I serve as Assistant Regional Manager of United Domestic Workers for District 6. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm here to reiterate what has already been proposed by our Chief Negotiator so that you can review our package of proposal. The full UDW proposal has been submitted via email to Gregory for the county's consideration. At this point, we are awaiting crucial information regarding the cost gap between our proposals and the county's position. Our intent is to negotiate in good faith with you all while keeping the best interest and well-being of providers at the forefront. Providers must be supported so that they can continue to care for themselves as well as the recipients that they care for and serve. It's important to note that the number of IHSS recipients has increased over the years. In 2019, we had over 1,344 recipients. In 2025, we now have 2,173 recipients. That's an overall 62% increase. Many of these recipients are disabled veterans, children, people with mental illness and/or some other disability. There is no better care than what is provided in a person's home. And we must ensure that this care continues by also ensuring providers are fairly supported and that we look out for their own well-being. With that in mind, I'm going to have my colleague here, Dart from AFSCME, go over a summary of our proposal, which has already been submitted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members. D'Artagnan Bird, AFSCME, California, speaking on behalf of UDW Local 3930. Right now, El Dorado County currently offers the second lowest wages in the state of California, despite caring for recipient population with the second highest average hours. This is an unprecedented situation where the second highest recipient population in California, particularly the elderly and disabled, are cared for by providers who are not only paid below the regional market, but are the second lowest compensated in the state. El Dorado providers currently make $17 an hour, which is 50 cents above the minimum wage, which is below the statewide average of $18.25 an hour, and ranks dead last among the neighboring counties. To be explicitly clear, UDW's costing methods align with CDSS and have been implemented across all 21 counties we represent, and most recently in Stanislaus and Orange County. Our cost projections and impacts to El Dorado's MOE are substantially less than the figures your neighbor will present to your negotiator will present today. We have raised these concerns in our bargaining sessions and appreciate the professionalism, integrity, and transparency from your negotiator and his team. We are confident that we can continue to work together to achieve consensus on the state-approved IHSS costing methodology and look forward to our continued partnership. In closing, we have a unique and timely opportunity to invest and protect IHSS for current and future recipients in El Dorado County. We humbly ask that you partner with UDW on the endeavor and authorize your negotiator to offer a fair and equitable response to UDW's latest proposal. Thank you. Lastly, we do, as Teresa mentioned, there has been a UDW 2025 proposal sent section by section, which covers wages, supplies, new provider orientations, training, union standards, benefits, and term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Uncle Fuzzy Mason. I don't usually include the last name. Anyway, I'm here today on a special mission. Is to thank somebody on the board for taking some out of the box, doing some action. And I think he knows who he is, so I'm not going to call him out. But you know, there's been a problem about up here in the hill. We had the CAL FIRE and we had the Forest Service, and they all want us and insurance companies to do a whole bunch of stuff that safeguard our house. But when we look around and we see the fact that they aren't taking care of their stuff, what can I say? You know, I like to be proactive because I don't want to see any disasters we've had. So I want to thank that person. I gave this young lady, Sue, a copy of the picture, and I'll leave some with Kim here so you can see what we're planning on doing. And I think it's a tribute to people on this board because finally somebody's out of the box. Join us sometime if you don't know what to do. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on up. All right, so we can go ahead and go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Karen Greenwood reporting from Placerville, California, actually. Yesterday I had a great day up at Lake Tahoe. Only wish I was there to be talking with you today. Anyway, and remember, use sunscreen, especially on the top of your feet. Anyway, I'm going to focus and drill down, as Gavin Newsom would say, on the WTF failure that was put up next to the school, moved to the front of the property through the hearing process, et cetera, et cetera. What a fiasco. By their own admission, they took probably the worst site available and made it worse by lowering it so it had less visual impact. Well, gee whiz, it should have been somewhere else to begin with, because and we have a little bit better alternative analysis in our revised ordinance, but honestly, I seriously doubt that it really is going to ferret out the best site, because the best site is probably the one that they didn't knock on the door with, okay? That they didn't get out of their cars and talking to our planning department and look around and see if there were other alternatives. You know, a good site visit by staff would have taken care of a lot of the issues on this particular one. Google Maps, perhaps. But again, our alternative analysis is only the ones that would accept the blood money. And I call it that because that's what it is. You know, I'll take that $3,000 a month and move to Idaho and leave my neighbors dealing with that and the loss of their property rights and their value, and don't even suggest that having a cell tower next to your house is not a loss of property value. It will go down. Anyway, let's just do what actually is being done, and let's condemn the correct site. That way we have one tower instead of maybe 2 or 3 to make up for the bad site of the person that would take the blood money. And wait a minute, is this any way to actually do land use planning? No, it's not. And it kind of goes back to the Federal Telecommunications Act, which is very overreaching, and maybe we should work with our federal people to get that taken care of. Yeah, that's about it for now. I understand you're having the DHR hearing next week. I probably won't be able to make it up to Tahoe, but I will listen to it on the phone.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. for your comments today and appreciate that. So, all right. So we'll go ahead and move on to item 24, CAO FY 2025-26 adopted budget.
Item number 24 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation and provide direction on recommended changes to the County of El Dorado budget for fiscal year 25-26. 2, approve an updated list of vehicles for permanent assignment and overnight retention. And 3, direct staff to return on September 30th, 2025 with a budget resolution, budget amendment, and corresponding personnel allocation changes resolution based on discussion and direction received during this item.
Hello, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So we're here to talk about the recommended changes to the 25-26 budget. And so I first want to remind you that we prepare the budget in compliance with the County Budget Act, which is in the government code, which means there's some rules about budget that we have to follow. One of them is that the board has to formally adopt the budget by October 2nd. So we'll be returning to the board next week. Take your input today, incorporate any input you have today, and then bring the final budget for your adoption next week. That is the last deadline before that last board meeting before that October 2nd deadline. Another rule that we must follow is that the budget has to be balanced. So today, if you provide direction that you want to increase an expense somewhere, to balance the budget from that, we would either have to decrease another expense somewhere in that fund or increase in revenue in order to balance that change. So if you propose any changes today, we'll have to work out how we're going to get that to balance, because everything has to balance in the budget. We can't have make-believe money. It all has to balance. And so just for some context, what we're bringing you today are really changes we have every year for a few reasons. One of the main reasons is the prior year is now complete. So we draft the recommended budget in the spring. It gets approved by you all in June. And the recommended budget is an estimate on how much fund balance we're going to have, how much state funding we're going to have. And so now is our time to kind of true up everything we've learned since that recommended budget was drafted. Primarily, it's about fund balance. And so what that means is one thing we have almost every single year is departments they have in the prior year's budget a car they're going to buy. And they've been working with the manufacturer, and the manufacturer says, okay, I'm going to get the car to you by mid-June. And so they don't put it in next year's budget because they think they're getting that car this year. But then something happens. They don't get the car until August. So now we have extra fund balance in the current year, and the department needs to carry over that expense. So they have to add the expense and they have to add the revenue that is the unspent money from the prior year. So most of the changes you're going to see today are related to things like that, carryover projects and fund balance. As I mentioned before, we know a lot more now. The recommended budget was developed before the state budget was finalized, before a lot of changes happened at the federal level. So we're incorporating what we do know from those state and federal grants and allocations. And then any other things that were deferred or unknown at the time of the recommended budget. A little example is the parks has some off-highway vehicle grants that they didn't know they were getting when we drafted their recommended budget. Now they know they're getting them, so they're adding those grants into the budget. So those are the main changes you'll see. Here's this timeline we've been showing you throughout the year as we've presented. This is the 10th time that we've presented to this board about this budget. Next week will be a consent item, and then you probably won't hear from us until February when we bring the mid-year budget back to you to talk about how we are after about 6 months of the budget. So one of the biggest changes other than fund balance is revenues. We draft the recommended budget usually with only about 6 months of the prior year's actual, so we've learned some things since then. Here is property tax. You can see the actual amount of property taxes in blue and the budget is in green. And property tax, because we work with the assessor's office so closely and we can predict it based on the growth in the roll, is pretty spot on. Those lines are aligned. In the recommended budget, we had 3.5% growth. Now that the assessor's office have completed their work, we know the actual roll growth. And so we're increasing growth to 4.84%. which will bring current secured property tax and property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees up to $127 million. And so let's talk a little bit about the growth over time. I think it's something helpful to mention. So we wanted to show you 21 years of what that percent is. So we have that 4.84% growth this year. This is that percentage growth over 21 years. You can see the high in 2006-07 of almost 15% growth. And then it goes down to the low in 2010-11 of only -6% growth. But good news is you can see the last 10 years, there isn't too much of a dramatic climb or change. If we average out the last 10 years of property tax growth, it is 5.33%. So it's still higher than where we are right now. The average of the last 10 years, about 9% higher than where we are right now, 4.84% growth. So we're just going to keep closely monitoring this and updating you as things change. Sales and use tax is not as easy to predict. Last year, sales and use tax decreased 1%. And then the year before that, it decreased by just a teeny amount, 0.26%. So now we're at 3 years of really stagnant, a little decrease, but mostly stagnant growth in sales and use tax. Because things are pretty stagnant and we were conservative in the recommended budget, we're not changing sales and use tax budget at all in the adopted budget and leaving it at 19.1 million. So discretionary transient occupancy tax, we are actually increasing the budget to 7.25 million. In the recommended budget, we had 7 million. We were projecting a decrease and we did have a decrease last year. So 3 years ago is the first year that we had a decrease, and that was a 7% decrease. 2 years ago, we had a 10% decrease. And then last year we had a 3.4% decrease. So where we're recommending is about an 8% decrease just to be safe with this revenue because things have been kind of shifting. So now the main reason why we're here, which is general fund balance. So like the example with the car, the recommended budget is our best estimate on fund balance. We work really closely with the departments, asking them what they think they're going to have in fund balance, what will be unspent this year that we can spend budget for as a revenue in the next year. A lot of the departments, I call them many times throughout the year, asking any changes, any updates. So recommended budget was set at 29 million for fund balance. But now the financial records for last year have closed. So we have the actual number of what is available from the prior year in this year as a revenue for fund balance. And that was 50.6 million. And so that is actually a 20% decrease from the prior year. So you can see last year we had 64.8 million in fund balance, and this year is down to 50 million. And I'm going to go into a lot of, on the next slide, details on why that might be, or what the sources of that is. So the biggest portion of fund balance is from department savings, and we can always count on departments to have some savings because they're going to hope they bought that car, but the car was delivered late, or hope that actually would be carry forward projects in here, but they're going to hope they budget not assuming any vacancies, but maybe a position was vacant for a couple months, so they're going to have some savings from that. So there'll always be a little bit of savings. This year we had 21 million, which is a little higher than normal, but it's still 5% of general fund appropriations. So it's not a really high percentage of their overall appropriations. Some of the contributing factors for that was then we had included in the budget some raises for MOU negotiations, but those were delayed. So they happened a little later than what we had budgeted for. So there's savings there, about 2 million. When we knew we might have to cut positions, we asked departments, please don't fill any vacant positions that you might have to cut. So then because we tried our very hardest to maximize the number of vacant positions we could delete. But that activity also resulted in extra savings because departments were holding vacant positions longer. And then also some departments implemented some cost saving measures that had some savings. IT did a lot of analysis and implemented some savings that resulted in extra savings last year. Moving along to contingency. Any contingency that we don't have to spend in the prior year goes to fund balance. So we have 7.9 million in general fund contingency. Remember, we're going to have to budget all of that next year. So it's not like that's available for other uses in the next year. Then those carry forward projects, that includes, we have a couple cars that didn't get delivered on time. We have some large projects that need to be rebudgeted that weren't included in the recommended budget, but are in the adopted here. Then the treasurer tax collector's office helped us all out by timing the investments and really looking at that fair market value adjustment. So we got the full 2.2 million back in that. So there wasn't a new adjustment. We got all of the funding back. So that is a 2 million of the fund balance. There is ARPA related fund balance that's in the general fund. When we reported the 10 million in lost revenue, the board approved that reporting. That freed up some ARPA in the general fund. Most of it is for ARPA projects like the Headworks projects, the 4 Bay Parks project. So it's related to ARPA, but it's in alignment with the board's approved spending plan for that ARPA money. Then we have general revenues, 7 million in unanticipated general revenues. Primarily that's interest, our tax loss reserve, franchise fees, supplemental and property transfer tax revenue. So not the revenues I talked about and the harder revenues to predict. Then we have this ACO fund had savings of about 1.8 million. And we're actually going to be recommending that. So that was savings of the general fund contribution and money that was pulled from the capital designation to be transferred to the ACO fund for their projects. It's 1.8 million in savings that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. We're going to recommend we put back in that capital designation. And then we have grant match, which is the OWOPR grants that we're holding in Department 15 for use, and then hopefully next year as those grant gets underway. So those are all the sources of fund balance. We treat fund balance as a one-time revenue. It's not something that we can count on every year in those same levels in predictable ways. Due to this, we're really trying to direct the majority of fund balance to one-time uses. 26% is going for ongoing uses. And when I say ongoing uses, that's going to departments to fund their net county cost. So that's department's operation. So that's 13 million, but that 26 million, and which is 13 million, is really only 3% of general fund appropriations, which is about what we have in savings every year. But then we have 76% of fund balance going for one-time uses. And so that little pie chart there is all of the different, this one here for the people at home, is all of the different uses, one-time uses. Contingency, as I just mentioned, it gets rebudgeted next year. And then I'm going to talk about all of these other uses in the upcoming slides, but we also have our contribution to DOT, carryover projects. Then we have meeting our board policies on reserves and designations, replenishing the capital designation, and then contributions to other reserves and designations. And I'm going to go into more detail on those in a couple slides. So the budget we're presenting to you exceeds or meets all of our board policies. Really, those are our priorities after meeting the government code on what we have to include in the budget. We build the budget to try to meet the board policies. General fund contingency is set at 8.15 million. We needed to increase that in order to meet the goal, the policy goal of 3% of adjusted general fund appropriations. And so we're adding 300,000 to that with this budget. Road maintenance. In the recommended budget, we were contributing 4.9 million in tribe and general fund for road maintenance. When we look back at the last 3 years, really we had on average been contributing 7.9 million to road maintenance. And we wanted to kind of keep it at that level, make sure things were stable. And so we are recommending that we add an additional 3 million to get to road maintenance of general fund to get to that 3-year average in this budget. And then pension funding. So we got the new CalPERS actuarial reports. And when we reviewed those, the 8.8 million we have in our CalPERS cost increases exceeds the board policy goal of holding at least 2 years of the projected general fund increases for CalPERS. We're wanting to not touch that designation so we can use it more in future years and help us. And so we're not recommending changing that in this budget. And then the rest of these items I'm going to talk about in the next slides. So the majority of changes are to reserves and designations, and I'm going to go through each change to any of the general fund reserves and designations. So the general reserve goal board policy is 5% of adjusted general fund appropriations. In the recommended budget, we are at 13 million. Looking at all the appropriations included in the adopted budget, we needed to add about 600,000. And so now that general reserve will meet the board policy at 13.6 million. Capital designation. So we had planned to use 19 million from the capital projects reserve or designation. I kind of use them interchangeably on this one in the recommended budget. Of that 17 million, we returned back into the designation last year. It was a program for use last year. On June 10th, you approved a budget transfer to return that money back to that designation. So that was going to leave us with less than $1 million projected in that designation for use in future years. And so we're recommending that we not only return the savings that we had this year to that designation, we add 6 million to meet your board policy goal, but on top of that, we add 6.5 million to really help us in upcoming projects. That will get us to 15 million projected at the end of this year. This next slide kind of shows the history of how we've used that designation, because it really might be key to completing some projects that we have coming up. So here you can see the history of that designation back from 21, 22. And actually before this chart, we started using it for the Shikori Garage project. So in 2020, we pulled 2.5 million from the capital designation for Shikori Garage. Then in 21, 22, we pulled another 1.25 million for that project. We were able to put some extra money in it with the adopted budget in 22, 23. That's that very high blue bar there. That was almost to 35 million. But then in between the adopted budget in 22, 23 and 23, 24, we pulled, let me get the number right, 4 million for the purchase of the Emerald Bay buildings and 6 million for the purchase of the Ponderosa building. And then we needed some more money, 1.5 million for the Shikori Garage. So that left us with a lot less than we had in 22, 23. But without those, we wouldn't have been able to make those significant capital investments that are helping save our departments money and ensure our stability of our programs. Then you can see the last jump was the jail expansion project when we had to pull 15.5 million in order to complete that project, which was the grant money that we didn't have. And just a reminder, without that project, our jail won't be compliant with current regulations. And so we really need that project in order to avoid fines and sanctions related to our services. So that was essential. And some other counties didn't have that money aside and weren't as fortunate to have it. So if you see where we're going here, this last one at 15.1 million, it'll help, but again, it's less than what we pulled for the jail expansion project. If you look at our low condition rated buildings, full replacement of those would be about $247 million. So our need outweighs the 15 million that we have put aside. We have some things coming up pretty soon. That's the Spring Street replacement, which could be 27 million if you just rebuilt that building as it is. Luckily, with the behavioral health infrastructure project, we're working on some of that replacement, but there's still a lot more we need to figure out. There's the board goal and the strategic plan of transitioning out of leased facilities. And so right now we're paying about 2 million annually in leases. And then we still need more funding for the complete renovation of all the Emerald Bay buildings. So those are the immediate needs, but we have a lot of need. So that's why we're recommending putting that funding aside. The IT designation has a goal of holding 3 years of projected IT countywide infrastructure costs in the designation. In the recommended budget, we met that board policy goal. But then back in August, you approved the use of $50,000 of that designation for improving the audio-visual equipment in this chamber and in the Planning Commission chambers. In the changes, we're also proposing using $320,000 of that designation to fund our countywide device refresh program. It's how we get old devices out of the system and make sure everything stays compliant. And so that has a big impact on IT because their budget jumps when those devices refresh costs more. So we're going to pull from the designation to sort of lower the impact of that on the IT budget. We plan to do this more in the future, so you might see in future years more use of this designation in that way for other IT projects, major server projects, phone projects, things like that. So we want to refresh the $370,000 we have being pulled from that designation. And we also want to add an additional year to get to a $2 million balance in that goal. We're going to reevaluate the $500,000 a year goal. We think it's something worth reevaluating, looking at how the costs are. And so next year you might see a change in that annual goal in what we bring to you in the recommended budget or in the policy review in April. So we have one new designation, and that is the jail expansion operating cost designation. We would like to create this designation with 2.5 million in it. It's projected that the jail expansion project will be complete at the end of this fiscal year or summer, fall of 2026. And with that, there'll be increased operating costs. We have more square footage, so there's more money, costs more to heat and put electricity to that square footage. But also there'll be expanded services that we're required to provide, and that will require more staff to supervise and manage those expanded services. It's estimated it could cost about 2.5 million more a year, so that's where we got that number. But we're going to use this over a few years to help kind of lessen the impact of these increased costs on the general fund. Back in June, you renamed the juvenile hall designation the Spring Street replacement designation, and you returned 1.1 million to that designation in last year. So this year we would like to add 600 million, and that is purely to meet your direction that you provided back in April, which was to put 1.7 from this year into that designation. So this is just us cleaning everything up and following board direction. And so I only have a few more changes, I promise. The only personnel changes we're making is a net minus of 3 positions. That's deleting 4 vacant positions. Those positions were primarily related to the add of positions and then the later deletion that we promised of you. So we're adhering to those promises. The only add is a library assistant in the library department. And so we were planning on moving the railroad program out of the library into another program, but in meeting with all of the stakeholders and working out all the details of that, it just seems best to leave it in the library department. The problem is we deleted 6.75 FTEs out of the library with the recommended budget, and they were just having a hard time absorbing all that work. So this one library assistant will help kind of distribute the workload and reinvigorate that railroad program. Usually I have many more tiles on other changes, but we have 3. We have the CPUC broadband grant is in this budget of 33 million. It's quite the shock when you see that number at first. So it's funding in for this project. We have 1.4 million in agriculture for the treatment and surveillance of the grassy winged sharpshooter. And then most of the changes purely are related to that fund balance, like I talked, unexpected or unexpended things from the prior year, and they need to carry it over. In prior years, the auditor's office has closed the books in September, which has left us very little time to include all those fund balance adjustments across all funds. So usually the budget book only shows us the real fund balance for the general fund, but the auditor's office was able to close the financial records in August. So now what you see in the adopted budget is the actual fund balance for every fund. So we're kind of excited about that, but that's just budget people getting excited about things. So you directed during the budget hearing that we reduce the number of take-home vehicles. So we're asking you to approve a revised take-home vehicle list. So we've decreased the number of vehicles by 9. We just want to warn you that that may fluctuate a little with some vacancies. Some of that was related to vacancies in the sheriff's office, but we have committed to taking a look at that policy and seeing if there's any revisions that we feel are appropriate, and we'll bring that back to you once we work with departments and come up with some revisions. So we're looking at that now. So you've seen this slide in different variations a couple times this year. We just wanted to say we're already working on the 26-27 budget. You directed that we begin working with departments on 5% and 10% budget reduction scenarios. And that's so we have a lot of time to carefully review those scenarios, understand the consequence, all the impacts of any reductions, and come back to you for input if needed. But we are thinking all the issues that we've had, the external pressures, the slowing discretionary revenue growth, state and federal budget reductions, and our facility needs are going to continue on into this next budget. So the same pressures we had this year, we anticipate continuing into next year. So what's next is we receive any input or changes that you all have. We'll incorporate that into the budget resolution and return to you next week with a consent item to adopt the budget formally and to make those personnel changes. So there'll be 2 resolutions on the item next week. So that's it.
Thank you, Emma. Any questions from the board at this point?
No, I just comment from the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, Chair, you were on it initially and now Supervisor Parlin. Thank you very much for making the changes and making the additions to better explain some of the amounts and where they're going. I think it shows good transparency and shows our challenges. But the Budget Ad Hoc at this point fully endorses, where we're at. I may have one more comment before we finish this, but just really thanks for the hard work. It is a labor of love, obviously, and it's ever changing. So we're trying to stabilize it the best we can. And then certainly we have to make sure that we're taking care of our employees' salaries and benefits also.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Any other comments right now?
I don't. Thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 24. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time is up. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Shannon Starr, Operating Engineers Local 3. This county doesn't have a money problem. It has a priority and a spending problem and a lack of respect for the rank and file employees that are working in the trenches daily. I went off the county's website for the 504 charter and I got the list of titles. Now I don't know what pay grade everybody's at, so I'm going to tell you I went off the top step for the comparisons for them and for the comparisons for OE3 members. So January 24 and January 25, those 2 increases together equaled 11.4% for the deputies. That's what the 504 intended. It was intended for sworn personnel. It was not intended for elected officials or county administrative personnel. But this county has tied several people that are non-sworn or elected to that 504 charter. Those people got the 11.4% increase that met a deputy median, regardless of what their median was. They get the deputy median. Top step for an alternate public defender went up $11.82 an hour. That's just the increase. Equals $24,585 a year. The CAO, top step, $15.26, $31,740.80 a year. Chief Probation Officer, $10.79, $22,443 a year. County Council, $14.87, $30,929 a year. District Attorney, $14.71 an hour increase, $30,596. The exact same numbers for the sheriff. Public Defender, $12.51 an hour for an annual increase of $26,020. And that's without any overtime for any of these people. That totals $196,913 in 1 year. In contrast, Highway Maintenance Worker 3, top step. OE3 proposal on the table is for a total of 7% for 24 and 25, 5% for 24, 2% for 25. That equals a $2.42 an hour raise. That equals $5,000 for the year. That $196,913 would fund 39.12 raises for highway maintenance. For dispatchers, that increase would be $2.63 for top step highest paid, which would be $5,470. So that $196,913 would fund 36 raises. There aren't even 36 dispatchers in this county. This county needs to start paying attention to where its money's going. You're adding these increases for these elected officials and county administrators, and they're not even based on their wages.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. my staff did do a good job closing the books this year. I, however, did not follow suit. During the lunch break, I emailed you each 3 or 4 documents, which there's nothing really startling in any of the documents, but I do think I pointed out, if you look at last fiscal year, the county general fund had an adverse financial trend. We spent more money in the general fund than we took in last fiscal year. We had to, this has been a difficult budget. There's been some layoffs. There's been positions eliminated. And unfortunately, there's probably going to have to be some more of that. The main thing I want to remind the board today is we're forced to run all kinds of state and federal programs. The state probably had $14 billion in their general fund in smoke and mirrors in this current fiscal year. And next summer, that could have a direct effect on us. The federal government, may not be cutting us the checks that were due come October because they're running out of appropriations effective September 30th. And plus that, frankly, the national debt is too high. And I do hope they cut appropriations on a number of federal programs. But the main thing I wanted to point out is we lost money in the general fund last year, even though we didn't fully fund retirees' health last fiscal year. So we've had to do some difficult things. And unfortunately, I think it's very likely your board will be asked to do more difficult things in the current fiscal year. That's all I got. Sorry about the late reports.
Thanks, Joe. Sorry.
Thanks, Joe. Go ahead, Chris, come on up.
Chris Payne. I'm representing myself, but then I'm representing El Dorado County in a way.
First of all, nice job.
She's so good. She makes you believe everything that she says. But the thing that caught my eye that I thought was really important was this board budget policies summary. And the fact that we're using check marks in a way that makes so much sense. General fund contingency, check mark. Road maintenance, check mark. Pension funding, check mark. General reserves, check mark. Capital projects designation, check mark. Designation for IT infrastructure, check mark. Design for disaster expense, check mark. These are the budget policies that you and your ad hoc committee work through every year. And since the inception and then the amendment adding different ones, you've attempted to try to meet. The one thing that I thought was missing was at one time we identified, I believe, somewhere around 18 to 20 million that we were short, meaning this is millions of dollars that we had respective services for general fund, but we didn't have the revenue to cover it. Today, we're coming before you, staff's coming before you with a balanced budget. Depending upon what you do at this session, will determine whether or not we just go forward with what is being presented or if there's any modifications to it. You've heard people come before you and talk about some losses, meaning personnel that are no longer going to be working or they're not working for us right now. I'm talking about the county. And you might reconsider at least a few of those because they've made so much sense for this reconsideration because they led to either additional revenue being created. And so it was almost like shooting yourself in the foot. I mean, you're saying at one time you're going to go ahead and cut this, but at the same time, if you didn't cut it, it might lead to a better situation. And I hope you've looked at those and seen, and if there's anything you could add. You got some comments from the Taxpayers Association. I believe that's public comment. One was was 504. Consider what they're proposing. Thank you very much for
Appreciate
your
it.
time.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom want to come up and speak? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for comments or.
You guys are awful quiet down there.
Very quiet.
I'd just like to say a couple things. And one of them, in addition to what I currently said earlier, was we've had a seed presentation. We're working on revenue enhancement, and we must continue down that road. And I think we will. And we appreciate the input to this point. So we're looking forward to that. We hear 504, we hear 504, we hear 504, but there's something called salary compaction also that complicates this whole process. And I just want to point out that that is a very important factor that 504 gets blamed for. So we take all that into consideration and take it very seriously, but we have to work towards getting back to that competitive salary and benefit model that we had a few years ago, because if we're going to have employees, we've got to take care of them. And we got away from that. We need to get back to it, or you find different ways to take care of service. So that is a discussion that we're also having, and how we do that. And obviously we know we're in the midst of still some open negotiations, but as we move forward, maybe more of a policy direction there, and that is up to the board to do. And then finally, again, and I can't emphasize enough, the opportunities are there, especially for revenue enhancement. We should be careful in what we eliminate. And I would ask my fellow board members that maybe we direct Econ Dev, which has been whittled down, and the CAO to work with GSEC and try to negotiate a lesser amount so we can work towards some commercial growth and job growth, hopefully in the west end of the county. I know they've added 5 from the last GSEC report that I had, 5 employees to a business down there. So if our job growth is always deficient, and so I would just entertain that, given with the approval of this, that maybe we direct staff to try to negotiate that ongoing commitment to them at a lesser level.
Yeah.
And I believe we tried before in the past to do that, and we were told no. So just,
Well,
we have tried. I think we've tried a lot of things, and we're told no. So
Yep.
that's partly why we are where we are.
I understand.
Yeah. One of the things is talking about seed, and some of the things that I have wrote letters and stuff to support, to bring logging back to El Dorado County. Also, to help our county, especially when it comes to jobs. And I just got some good news yesterday that we're going to be reopening Forest Genetics. So that's what the Forest Service is working on. So that is a good thing. So like you said, those letters make a difference. So anyway, moving forward, that's going to help our county a lot too, create new job growth. Part of it anyway.
Yeah. I don't have anything to add to what I think what's before us is where we need to go. I don't think that making budget decisions on the dais is ever a good idea. It seems to always backfire on us. So I don't know if anybody reached out to the CO's office before the meeting today with any questions or suggestions, because it's always better to do that ahead so nobody's blindsided. But I'm ready to move this the way it is if nobody else has anything on.
Just one thing to add, and obviously this is my first budget cycle, so I'm learning, but I really do think we need to put step on the gas pedal on the seed recommendations and move forward with that. start figuring out how this county can start generating money. Our TOT has dropped consistently the last few years. But we cut 2 programs last spring that should be generating TOT, the Welcome Center and the Tourist Authority. So, you know, I think we really need to, we need to focus on revenue generation if we're going to maintain the same quality of service and salary increases that we keep performing. Brian, I agree with you, compaction coming from a department, you know, our officers had a union and sergeants and above did not. And so there were always compaction issues. And so I agree with what you're saying regarding that. But yeah, final thoughts is we need to, let's not slow roll the seed recommendations. Let's get on it.
Yeah, and internally, we are having, as directed by the board, those meetings as fast as we can. We set some other dates out there, seed couldn't meet, but now we've got it set. So the next couple of weeks, those other couple of meetings will be occurring and we'll be bringing back information. So
Yeah.
we understand that.
Thank you.
Does anyone have anything else? I'm ready to move the item.
Yeah.
Or we can always have
Anything?
discussion after a motion.
I'm going to
right?
always ask her because she
Yeah.
always
We got something good to say.
One question on IT, you mentioned that you might go back and look at that policy for next year. Are you thinking about increasing it or decreasing it?
The 500,000 a year was an estimate. So we want to really closely look about how much every year we're spending on countywide infrastructure and maybe reset that goal.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel that it's really, we've made bad decisions when we
We
make
do.
decisions at the DS. And I think backfunding and meeting our board policies is probably the right way to go. And I wholeheartedly agree with taking care of our employees. I think we have to do a better job of that.
Yes.
We do.
But those are down the road. So,
Well, that's what got us 504, but years ago, the county did not do competitive salary comparisons
Yeah.
and so forth. So guess what?
right.
It went out and
All right,
got the
well,
public to
found a
support
way.
it.
with that, then I'm going to move that we approve this as recommended by staff. And I do want to thank everyone, and I mean, all of our departments, coming together to make this a balanced budget.
A second, did you mind if we add that we at least direct staff to try to have that conversation?
Oh, the GSEC thing? Sure.
Okay.
I'll amend it to add that staff will give it another go.
Okay. All right. So we got a motion and a second.
With
All those
direction.
in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you. All right, so actually we can go ahead and move to our 2 p.m. time allocation.
You're on time, George.
Wow, look at that.
Can you believe that?
Emma got us there.
Good job, Emma. Thank you.
Good job, Emma.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Emma.
Real good job. Thank you. All right, so item 25, ad hoc committee on housing and homeless programs. Navigation Center Plan.
Item number 25 comes from the Board of Supervisors Ad Hoc Committee on Housing and Homelessness Programs in concert with the Chief Administrative Office, Health and Human Services Agency, and the Sheriff's Office, recommending the board direct staff to 1, develop a plan for housing and integrated behavioral health treatment at 330 Forney Road, replacing the existing model for housing First Lower Barrier Navigation Center, and 2, develop a plan to transition the temporary navigation center at 299 Fair Lane into the facility at 330 Forney Road.
Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon, Chair Turnbull and members of the board. My name is Olivia Byron Cooper. I'm the Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Homelessness Ad Hoc Committee, so I welcome anyone part of the latest meeting to step in and correct me if I'm misrepresenting the will of the group. I'm supported here today by our Sheriff's Office, the Chief Administrative Office, and my HHSA colleagues. The current emergency housing model is a result of previous board direction to explore the development of an emergency homeless shelter to reduce fire danger from active encampments. At that time, local jurisdictions were restricted in criminalizing camping on public property when access to alternative shelter was unavailable. Despite the very real challenges we have faced with the Navigation Center, I think it is important to recognize that there has been a 70% decrease in unsheltered homelessness when comparing the 2022 and 2024 point in time count. I think we can all agree that we have been successful in meeting the intended, relatively narrow original goal. The current landscape is very different from the one we were operating in 2022. In June of 24, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in its grants past decision that the enforcement of generally applicable laws restricting camping on public property does not constitute cruel and unusual punishment prohibited by the Eighth Amendment. This ruling reinstated an enforcement tool local jurisdictions could use in addressing camping on public property and changed how governments can address homelessness. In other words, the ability to clear encampments is no longer tied as strongly to bed availability. In addition, current funding for the operation and build of the Navigation Center includes state and federal housing and homelessness funding, which has restrictions, namely that services provided must have a housing first approach, which is a low barrier, client-centered service model. Trends in federal, state, and state funding are decreasing annually, creating the very real possibility that we will not be able to fund these operations using the existing funding matrix. Relying on our current funding matrix is not sustainable, and the restrictions around the funding conflict with local values. Earlier this month, HHSA, the Sheriff's Office, and the CAO's office met with the Homelessness Ad Hoc Committee, made up of Supervisors Veerkamp and Parlin, to discuss options for next steps considering the current landscape. There was consensus around the desire to explore an alternative sustainable funding model, which would allow for more local control over how we address homelessness. In addition, we felt that the focus of this new model should expand to serve families and individuals willing to engage in the necessary services to achieve self-sufficiency. We have learned over the last 2 years of running the temporary navigation center that an individual's ability to maintain housing increases exponentially if they are willing to engage in services. People feel passionately about this subject and understandably want answers to specifics. Before I open this up for a discussion, I would like to remind the board that the ad hoc committee is essentially stating that the current model we are using for immediate housing, the navigation center, is not financially sustainable. In addition, we feel the current landscape provides an opportunity to shift our demographic focus to families, which we cannot serve currently, and individuals willing to engage in the services needed to achieve self-sufficiency. This board item is simply to request direction to explore the specifics of what that could look like. I'll now turn it over for any questions or discussion.
All right, any questions from the board at this time?
No, I thought you explained it really well, Olivia, that things have changed, what we've been doing along the way and navigating things as they, the federal courts have changed things, funding, but our data shows we are making a difference. Our data shows that we're actually doing better than most of the other counties in the state, which is amazing. So I appreciate you bringing to us an idea of how we can make this sustainable and tweak it a little bit. And I think everybody will be excited about the fact that we'll be able to serve families better, because that was always that missing piece that we wanted to do. We just couldn't do it, the way we were set up before. So I'm really excited about this. And I think everybody knows that, part of this too is we have to wait until we get the jail expansion complete enough so we have space to get going. And so there's like this little bit of waiting and moving and all that stuff, but there's a lot of juggling going on. But I like this idea, and I appreciate you putting your thinking cap on and pulling this together. So good stuff.
I got a question for you, Olivia. I've been really trying to promote this thing up by the jail for a long time. if we would have started it way back when, we'd probably been completed by now, correct?
Except for we didn't have funding for that. So.
And there wasn't much flexibility to it.
Yeah, I
that
mean, you
there
have
is
to
today.
remember
That's the
again,
important part.
and that's why I said what I said is the laws have been changing on us as we've gone. With the funding has changed how we can spend it. At the time, we couldn't have done what you had suggested.
You'd have spent more money.
We wouldn't have been able to do that. So we're kind of getting there because the laws have been changing and the funding's been changing. So we're getting to where I think El Dorado County ultimately wanted to be.
I think timing is everything.
Well,
Yep.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. Unless you had a couple $1 million in your pocket, you were holding back on us.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and again, I think we've learned more.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
this whole process, going back clear to Hangtown Haven, has been a learning experience.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And, whether it's tolerances or whatever it is, we're at a point now where we probably can do the best for the most that want to help, that want help.
Yep.
And other ones, we're going to rely on our law enforcement partners to deal with those issues. And we've seen the results of those that don't want the help, whether that's the fires, crime, or whatever else it may be, as well as the impact to our campus here and our employees. So
Yeah.
it's a great opportunity. We've obviously got some things to juggle. We know that it's going to be complicated, but again, from the ad hoc committee, thanks as well, all the components of it that have got us to this point. It's a lot of work.
Okay.
So as we make this shift on who the priority population will be, what happens to the ones that don't fit into that box?
Well, I think that HHSA and the county is one entity I'm reluctant to say the solution to homelessness because I think that that's a lofty goal, but
Yeah.
I think that there are other entities that can help fill in the gaps. But when we have finite resources, I think it's really important that we put them where they make the biggest difference. And in this case, we can't do everything as the county, and certainly not as HHSA. And so that's where I think law enforcement has a role. I think that our nonprofits have a role. I think that there are faith-based organizations that can step in and help fill the gaps. But the bottom line is we can't keep doing what we're doing because it's just not sustainable. And so we really have to figure out where we can make the biggest difference.
And making sure they get the help that they need.
Correct.
And Supervisor Lane, there's a shift also in the mental health, behavior health,
Correct.
to where there's help coming. So that'll also assist with those folks.
Well, and that's exactly the part that I worry about. There are some people who would benefit from services, but won't accept them. But there's a population also that can't because of mental condition. It's good to hear that there's something coming down the pike in that direction as well.
There are, and I'll actually let Jim speak to some of the alternative avenues for individuals who fall within that particular category.
Good afternoon, supervisors. So there are a number of legislative changes that are still being formed for Medi-Cal eligible populations, which is the majority, well, essentially all of our unsheltered, unhoused populations in this county. There's a transitional rent benefit coming out of the managed care plans that will provide the opportunity to help people with housing in that regard. There's the Behavioral Health Services Act, of which 30% of a significant portion is being allocated to housing supports. There are other treatment-related funding streams and models utilized around the state that we would like to explore. But really, without getting too far down into the weeds on that, we're looking for direction today to explore what the options are related to these emerging and changing resources and see what we can build to meet the population needs there. Adult full service partnership programs, assertive community treatment programs, social rehab model programs are the terms that tend to come up around these and have proven effective in a number of areas.
Well, that's great. I mean, I would love to pursue some of those avenues and see what we can find. I don't pretend to understand this population and all of what their needs are. I think that all of you that work in that arena do. And so I know that you're compassionate and that you have empathy and that you're trying to help. And I know that, you know, the dollars only go so far. But as much as we can do to not leave anyone behind would be great. That's my ideal little world that I live in.
Yeah. And that's the hardest part. And I really appreciate, Olivia, that you didn't go as far as saying solving homelessness, because if there was a solution, you know, look around at the state of California, everybody's struggling and trying to figure it out and asking counties reach out to other counties. Like, what are you guys doing? How are you doing it? We've got Prop 36 now in the mix, you know, with that path for folks. Care Court didn't turn out to be quite as helpful as some thought it was going to be, but I mean, there's always trying to help. And the biggest hurdle, as you pointed out, is the folks that either don't realize they need help and they need help, or those that just refuse. And those are going to be the hardest ones always. So, but we want to make sure that we capture and are able to really, truly focus on the ones that we know we can help. They just need a little, isn't it best to actually help folks prevent homelessness is one of our biggest bang for our buck. Isn't that what the data shows? And we have programs for that too.
Anytime we can prevent some of these outcomes, the better.
Yeah.
And that's certainly part of what we'll be working on as an agency as well.
So there's a lot of parts to it. And I just really appreciate our team of folks. It's a huge team, you know, stepping in to make this happen for us. And again, you know, data-driven decisions. And so far, El Dorado County, we are rocking it with our data. We really are. And that keeps me going. So, yeah.
I was walking down the street in El Dorado Hills the other day, this is no lie, and I was following this family. They had 2 young kids. And the mom was going, this is really nice. Yeah, look, there's no homelessness. It's safe. And I almost went and introduced myself and said, yeah, this county is doing it right. The partnership that you guys have with the sheriff's department, we're doing it right. And so we need to keep on that path. I think focusing on our families is a good thing. My question was kind of leading up. I kind of had the same question as you did, Brooke, about what do we do with the people that, you know, well, I don't have a lot of tolerance. If you're living on the street and you're not at least seeking help, I don't have a lot of tolerance. And that's when, you know, law enforcement will come in. But what are we going to do? Are there enough services for the people that want help? You know, and if they're not a family, that's really my only question. But we are succeeding in this arena as a county for sure, compared to the rest of the state. So
I also think, you know, there are some more assertive treatment options that are available to us now for individuals who maybe don't identify that they need the help that could help them, you know, move out of homelessness. And so we'll be looking at all of the different array of options available to us as we're building this model and come back to you with a proposal that serves as many people as we can.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions?
No.
All right, let's go ahead and, Sheriff, you want to comment on this first, before we open it up to public comment?
Yeah. It's tough living in a state that I personally feel that it enables homelessness. And so to sit back and kind of be at the ground level when we started talking about what we wanted to do over at the jail, when Sheriff DeAugustine was in office, I think it's looking at the whole picture. I think we do. We've done it right. We don't have knee-jerk reactions. We've set back, and I think that's paid big dividends in not going out and building something when the laws change, and then we have this homeless shelter up on the hill. So I think this is it's been great working with HHSA and Olivia's staff, and the sheriff's office is going to continue to do what we always do. So service first mentality to go out and serve even our homeless population, to try to get them into a sustainable housing, a living situation, but also enforce the laws and protect the citizens of this county against the fire dangers that we're currently up against and the crime that we seem to get out of the population that's unhoused from time to time. So excited about this going forward and look forward to still just partnering with everybody to do what we do. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate it. All right, now I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment, Kim.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 25. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up.
Peg Vanderkar, Placerville, El Dorado County, HED. Speaking generally here, I'm excited to hear about serving families because that's not part of the juvenile hall service. What I wanted to do today is just highlight that something you all know for sure, but just put it out there again. There's a variety of reasons people are homeless, both recent and chronic. And I just want to list some of those because we need to think about the range of services that are needed, of different kinds of services. For recent, loss of job or income, loss of living partner's income, health crisis of self or family member, raise of rent, raise of taxes or insurance, natural disaster, crime or violence, deterioration and decay of dwelling. It's a huge thing going on for lower cost living places in this county, huge. Sale of the rental dwelling by the owner, foster kids who age out and have no support, release from military duty, especially with injuries, college kids, young kids without family support. Those are recent things that could be happening. Chronic things, talked a lot about that. And behavioral health help is critical. Addictions to drug or alcoholism or other things now. Mental illness, again, injury, military, veteran, or civilian. Illness of a different sort, physical, dental, vision. Disabilities, physical and chronic. Developmental disability. Attraction to bad influences socially. Educational disability, dyslexia, dyscalculia, can't do numbers, can't read. Incomplete schooling. And then there's all kinds of needs for people in this situation. I'm familiar with Hangtown Haven and its history and what went on inside. I know what went on outside, and that's what closed it down. Inside, people were mentored to form a form of government that they ran themselves and did a good job. It attracted so much attention that there were wasps of, I don't mean that in a way that, anyway, there were outside influences ending up in the county being dumped here because of it, and it had to be closed down. Doing something new. I know things are changing. We have to make changes. And I'm glad to see that families are thought of. So just keep in mind this variety, because this one thing we're doing won't serve all, and using the money as wisely as possible. I just congratulate you, and we want to help. Thank you.
Thanks, Peg.
Good afternoon. Frank Porter, representing Housing El Dorado. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to compliment the staff and the ad hoc committee on trying to anticipate the funding streams that can support a critical component of our addressing homelessness in our county, and that is having some kind of an emergency shelter / navigation center, an ongoing one. That was one of the outcomes of the, as you remember, the strategic plan that was done on ending and preventing the ending of homelessness. One of the key findings was one of the key building blocks is having that navigation center, emergency center for people to get to initially get into services and help get them into sustainable long-term housing and start addressing their needs. And I think you can say from the data that's been mentioned, we've had a 70% reduction in our by name list. It sounds like that's a remarkable accomplishment. But I don't think you would have done it without that navigation center. And as was pointed out, the preventative work. When Housing El Dorado, as you know, has been doing a lot in that whole arena, as have other nonprofits and other agencies. But the prevention of homelessness is a key way to reduce our homeless problem. And as I mentioned many times before, of course, another part of that is accelerating our construction of affordable housing so that we have people that can get into housing and will not fall out of housing because of the exorbitant costs of housing. So I just wanted to remind, I had a couple of questions. One, I wanted to clarify, and I think it's been clarified, that this centralized, while it may not be technically low barrier or housing first, will still provide a place for people who are homeless to go to. It'll have an additional, as I kind of understand the concept, mental health services woven into it. You're going to take advantage of some of that funding stream to help address that. I hope along the way we don't lose the ability to have a place for people to go in that transition. I want to offer also, I would hope that the nonprofit and the faith community would be involved in and is willing to step up and provide input and feedback on those plans as they come together, particularly on the implementation side. We think we can be of help. So we're here to help with that. And so thank you all.
Thank you. Right. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak? Come on up, John.
Hi there. Thank you very much. My name is John Clarici. I am City Council member, presently Mayor of Placerville. I'm not speaking on behalf of the City Council. We have actually not taken this up, so this is my own personal feelings. I will let you know that Brian and I, I'm sorry, Supervisor Veerkamp and I, we spent a lot of quality time together going to SACOG meetings, and we have discussed this quite a bit. When he told me about this effort, this new effort, and described to me some of the details, I was very much in support of it. There are people that have wanted to get rid of the navigation center. I don't agree with that. I think it's a bad policy from a human policy. I think it's a bad public policy. You need to be able to show people there's a place where you can go. It's over there. And it's got all sorts of services for you. And if you're willing to do it, we will help you. People in El Dorado County and Placerville have big hearts, and we are willing to help. But if you want to hang out, you can go hang out somewhere else. And that doesn't mean El Dorado County. This is not an idea of pushing these people, I'm sorry, the homeless, back and forth between our jurisdictions. This is, you can go do it somewhere else. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for working with PD. We had a meeting with them months ago now and just laid out some ideas and some thoughts about how we would approach the homeless population. I said to them, and Supervisor Veerkamp agreed, we will not break any laws. We will not violate anybody's civil rights. And we will provide them the humanity that they deserve. But once again, if they just want to hang out, and, I don't know, do whatever it is you do when you're hanging out in town or anywhere else in this county, you can go do that somewhere else. So I personally, as a resident of El Dorado County, I'm curious to see the details, but if they meet up with what we've talked about, I think it'll be a very good idea. I am very much in favor of providing services to people that want help. So just from my own perspective, and as this one lone city council member, I'm in favor of this action. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. One, I want to say this sounds like a good direction, including the shift to focus on serving families. I know it was talked about a lot when the Navigation Center was originally opened. There was a comment made that the current model is not financially sustainable. So my question is there any analysis available to support this and what the change looks like? And the reason I'm asking that, there is no documentation on Legistar for this item. So I couldn't look up in advance what was going to be presented. Could we at least have what was read added for historical reference if something else isn't available? And then hopefully that might include the cost analysis. It would just be helpful for future reference. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Isaiah Rich Weimer.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaiah Rich Wimmer with Thurman Consulting. Apologies, I'm in motion right now on my phone, so hopefully you all can hear me. I am representing nonprofit construction corporation in support of a HomeKey Plus application that we are supporting them on. The reason I wanted to just share, in kind of in relation to that previous comment about sustainability, we will be outreaching shortly just to kind of share our perspective on this application that we're proposing, specifically related to the discussion around housing navigation and family services in general. And the application that we are supporting and working with Caleb on is potentially a service campus style model where certain services would actually be offered specifically to El Dorado residents. And so just in the spirit of collaboration and looking at funding and sustainability, we're actually exploring some of those avenues in this application beyond just the construction and development of this site, but also looking at sustainability for services specific for El Dorado population. So just wanted to share that as a point of dialogue, and we'll be sharing more information as well. But I do appreciate everything that's been shared, and just excited to see the community coming together and such a level of advocacy and thought process in this season. It's definitely a transition, but just wanted to share that very briefly, and I'll cede my time there.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, Ken Greenwood here, District 352. Who knows? Anyway, just wanted to say that it seems, and I don't spend probably enough time in and around Placerville to say it from a very informed point of view, but from a casual view, it seems that things are a little more better. I was just up on Upper Broadway, and it doesn't seem to be what it used to be. And Rayleigh's around the government center, just not as much disrespectful activity, if you will. I'll use that word. I hope you know what I mean. But anyway, if this can be tied back to the navigation center, right on. You're doing your job. And if that's the case, it deserves support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments or questions at this time?
I don't know anybody else. Are we ready to? And this direction is to actually direct staff to develop this.
Right, to move
Just
forward on the plan.
knowing that what we're currently doing is not sustainable. Funding mechanisms are changing. We know funding we kind of have and coming with the, the new federal government's funding mechanisms and all that stuff. So we're trying to work within that. And so this is go out, develop a plan. Ken Greenwood mentioned it too, including continued security around the government center. That's critical to the success of all of this. Right. So that's in there. And then I don't know when we'll get a plan back though. We didn't talk about that part. Do we need to have that, or CAO, do you have a thought on the coming back part? I guess we should have thought about that.
I would defer to HHSA. We've had discussions around the facility and trying to work with the jail project for the actual building piece, but for putting the program together, HHSA.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't think of that sooner.
I'd ask for as soon as possible.
There it is. That works.
We're dealing with, we have received regulatory changes around the types of funding stream as recently as last week. So I would prefer that what we bring forward, it needs to be fully baked, and these things are coming along. So I think we are also highly motivated to come back as soon as possible so that we have a fully formed plan, but we also want to be able to commit to what we bring forward accurately. And we don't want to bring stuff that isn't finalized.
And I think that
makes
that
sense.
works for everyone, doesn't it? I mean, we're all so motivated
Yeah.
and I'm not concerned about this hanging out there forever. Just, the public was kind of asking like, what's the plan? It's like, well, this direction is to develop the plan. So as soon as you have it, you'll bring it. Because staff can't move forward without the board's, approval. So it's coming back here and I'm really excited. And I feel remiss that in our thanking everyone for coming together, didn't specifically call out the hot team, but I want to because they have been critical
Phenomenal.
in being out there and building the relationships. I don't know how many of you were here when we had the one presentation. I can't remember who it was that gave a presentation and it stuck in my head. You have to have, they called it 97 touches, 97 times it takes to build that trust with someone that's out there that's just lost touch with society. And the hot team's been doing that and building those relationships. I know there's other teams that I don't know them all. So I just really appreciate everybody though, recognizing that. And they know our community out there too. So
Yeah, and we've had some really good discussions with the hot team, with Placerville PD, and the emphasis is there. So
yeah.
thanks for that. I think the only thing holding us up is Under Sheriff Gomez is going to grade and gravel a parking lot. For
Yeah, there it is.
That's what I was told. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, given that, I will move items 1 and 2 with an ASAP on it instead
I
of
will
a
second that.
timeline.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask
go
that we
ahead.
clarify for the record that the address of the site is 300 Forney Road,
300
not
Forney
330?
Road.
Oh,
Who
very
did-
good.
In the
Who
final.
did that?
2 typos.
Probably you guys, right? You're on the ad hoc committee.
I'll take it. I'll take that hit. That's fine.
All right. So we got a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Anyway,
everybody.
thank you, everyone.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate it.
Hurry up, Brian. Get that.
Okay.
I can help you.
Get the gravel.
That's what he's gonna do. So,
Yes, we did.
yeah. So are we gonna go ahead, let's go ahead and move on twos and froms, I guess, now?
I think
Get
so.
it
Still got
done,
closed
and
session.
then we go
Yeah.
into closed session and then adjourn after
Yeah.
that. Dave, you're gonna have a report out after that? Do you have to come back out?
No, sir, I don't anticipate a report out today.
Okay. All right, good. All right. Start
Yeah.
with Lori. You're-
All right. Last week I was mostly at RCRC's annual meeting, so we were up in Olympic Valley. I did want to point out during hey guys,
Okay, hold it down a little
I'm
bit.
saying very important things. I'm so kidding. But our guest speaker at our board meeting, RCRC board meeting on Friday was CEO of PG&E, Patty Poppy. Yeah, she faced a really rough crowd, and I was one of them. So I wanted to let everybody know that I brought up several things with her.
Did you give her the wine basket?
I should have, but I pointed out the last time she was there in 2023, she had promised each county its own representative for contact. She said, "Oh, I had a misunderstanding," and I'm like, "No, we didn't." So why, she didn't fulfill that promise. I'm like, our customers need someone to call. And so this 800 number that takes them off into no man's land. And
Yeah.
anyway, so that was one thing I brought up to her, how specifically in economic development journals, specifically GSEC, they mention sites and they will actually promote it and say, and it's not PG&E. I wanted her to understand we are being put at an economic disadvantage to our neighbors because of the rates and everything. And then the last thing and I don't know if all of you know this, and I've probably said it before, but El Dorado County has the longest, I think it's a distribution line in all of PG&E's California territory. We have the longest. And that's why we have so many outages out. Somerset gets hit a lot. I
Every
have
week.
Georgetown get hit a lot. There's an area in Apple Hill that gets hit often. They have data. And so I asked her, I said, you have data showing these places that have constant outages. What are you doing? Because undergrounding is her ultimate answer, but that is so slow. And so what are people supposed to do in the meantime? So she said she will follow up with me. I'm not going to hold my breath, But I don't know, PG&E just, they don't get it. They don't understand what a huge bureaucracy they are, and they're not responsive to our residents. And it drives me crazy, but I will keep trying to get her to do something to improve our grid just here in our county. Other counties are trying to. So, and then while I was up there at RCRC, I zoomed in to Supervisor Ferrero, and I had a jurisdictional organization meeting, and the board's going to be getting, I think, a presentation in October. Is that right, CAO, about the Diamond Springs?
We are aiming for November 4th right
Okay,
now.
now, okay,
We're gonna ask
November.
for the 30-day extension in November.
Oh, very good. Okay, so that we've been talking as an ad hoc, and something will be brought to the full board at some point. And then also on Thursday, zoomed into Pioneer Community Energy, had its regular meeting, and the big discussion topic really is expansion. They are going to be doubling the number of territories in the Pioneer. Everybody wants, because PG&E rates are so high, everybody is wanting that discount. So as a board, we're trying there. It's funny because I'm on RCRC, there's 40 members. You're on CSAC, there's 58 members, right? And this group's going, oh my gosh, we're going to go from 11 to 23. And I'm like, yeah, it's doable, but it's something that they've got to get their head around. How do you manage a bigger group and doubling in size? So far, steering committee meeting yesterday morning. They're working on getting their funding back so that they have a facilitator. They still don't quite have that figured out. So that the plan is to have a collaborative meeting, a full collaborative meeting, and bring everybody back. Once COVID hit, we kind of lost our momentum, and the SOFAR group just hasn't gotten it back. So the in-person meetings are great for networking, and that's what we're trying to bring back. And then Supervisor Veerkamp and I yesterday afternoon met with the El Dorado National Forest Supervisor just to understand the relationships that are happening with all the changes in the Forest Service. And I can't imagine what they're going through as employees, because we don't know who to contact about what, and they're trying to get their feet on the ground. And Forest Services, they're trying to put a positive spin on it, and we'll see how it works out. I heard though that they're going from that was it 5 hub or the hub system, and California would be included in one hub, that the main office would be in Utah or something.
So
And there's an effort right now, the states are getting together, I guess, and trying to see if they can get just one hub in each state, which I think we're all worthy of. So we'll see where that goes, but lots of movement at the Forest Service, and we're trying to make good of it. So, and trying to be supportive. It's really hard for them. And that's it.
Brad? Yeah, various meetings with staff. Really appreciates all the good input and so forth, and budget ad hoc and homeless ad hoc. And anyway, all good stuff. We had our SACOG monthly meeting this last week, and at Bishop Pumpkin Farm in Wheatland. They do go on the road every year. Next year, we're going to host one somewhere. We're working on that.
Okay.
But it was interesting because the city manager for Wheatland talked about all the fees that are on the pumpkin farm that they get from all the people that attend, tourists that attend. So I wrote them all down, and we'll be talking about some of those. City council meeting tonight to send Cleve off, and he's been a really good ally to the county as well as the community. LAFCO meeting on Wednesday, good governance workshop on Friday. Awesome stuff. The Parkway continues. If you get a chance, I know George, you've probably been over that way.
Drive it every day.
Bulldozers are doing their thing, so it's coming along. And then this weekend, the actual grand opening of Boot Barn will be celebrated Saturday and Sunday. George, you probably get 20% off.
I know George is already like, all right.
If I buy enough and stuff, I do get a good discount. So if anybody wants,
There'll be live music and all sorts of stuff. So if you get a chance, stop by. It really turned out nice. So
it's a great store. It's huge too.
So really doing well. That's it for me.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to congratulate Sheriff Lykoff. He held an event up in Tahoe on Saturday, September 20th, which was a 4-hour conference on how to talk to your kids about trafficking. It was extremely well done. It was well attended for how they got the word out, but we're hoping to have annual conferences like that. the community that received the information, there were a variety of parents, grandparents, business owners. Everybody walked away with a piece of information that they didn't know before. And it really takes a community to shut something like that down. So it was really well done. Wanted to also mention that the Emerald Bay Shuttle is winding up. It'll end as of September 30th. And then we have a big planning meeting in October, looking forward to what the next project will look like, and then even the one after that. And then, of course, as I mentioned to you all last week, we're searching for funding at this point as well. Looking forward to hosting the meeting next week.
Next week.
Up in Tahoe. So wish you all a safe trip up. I'm buying lunch. Well,
At the big barn.
I think the county clerk of the board is helping out with that one, but I will be hosting refreshments for good governance. So there you go.
Okay.
Had a few meetings with the different department heads. One of them was with agriculture, and when we actually, it was talking about the issues that we have on all of our district with the roadside vendors, and to kind of to tie into the human trafficking aspect that Brooke just brought up. But
Yeah.
hopefully we can work on maybe targeting that with enforcement a little bit harder come springtime when they start popping up again. Sat on the jurisdictional ad hoc committee meeting with Supervisor Parlin, and then we had the Behavioral Health Commission meeting last Wednesday. And the biggest item of concern is it's a board of 11, but we have 5 vacancies. So I'm asking you all, and I'll send you a reminder, please try to promote it. It's our responsibility to fill all the positions, and the positions are kind of unique. It can be from anyone in the county, but like they have to have someone from EDCO, a supervisor, and this is all required by the state. And there has to be a certain number of like families of recipients for healthcare or mental health care services. So
that one's hard.
it is. It kind of ties your hands on who is eligible. So, but we only have 6 of us. We barely have a quorum. We had 2 people leave just this last month because of health reasons. So we're looking for, we have 5 vacancies. So, but I'll send you a reminder.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that I had a lot of meetings with department heads too and stuff, and some of the good things that are, our departments are doing really good. And some of the meetings that I've had and stuff like that, kudos to them for what they're doing. But also it was really unique about talking to the forest ranger yesterday after they met with you, and he said the letters made a difference. He said forest genetics, they listened to what I had, the USDA, and they're promoting that to bring that back because they're talking about, beautifying our forest. They need places to be able to start a nursery. That's what it was way back when. And it employed a lot of people from El Dorado County. So this is going to be good. And he says more to come.
Yeah.
He says, I can't tell you right now, George, but it did make a difference, the letters that you sent. So anyway, that's all I have.
Good.
Right? Yeah. JL?
Just want to note, we also have been closely linked in with the Forest Service throughout all the changes through OWAPR. And so got a good relationship there. And so if you're ever feeling lost or having trouble reach out to us and we can help hook you up. And then just wanted to thank the board and the ad hoc for the support on the budget, and of course, all the departments and the staff in the Chief Administrative Office who made it all happen and made that beautiful presentation, and really proud of them. So thank you.
All right.
Good. All right. So we'll resume to closed session.